Good morning. I hope everything's working. How's everybody doing? Okay, let's see. Okay, chat is good. The OBS is good. I'm still waking up, but that's okay. Okay, so I actually did a lot of stuff yesterday, and I guess I can show it off a little bit. So, okay, first thing, I got the cursor to work for the game. That was quite a nightmare, turns out. Getting a nice custom cursor to work in a way that's scalable, and what I mean by scalable is the actual cursor can scale based on screen size, is kind of difficult, because if you have the normal, the player setting cursor, even though I can change it without a problem, I can't scale it. It's always tiny. Well, it's okay on a 1080p resolution, but for some reason it's incredibly tiny on my screen, which is a 4K screen, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah, I kind of got there eventually. Okay, so this is you can see there's a couple of new things in here. So we got this massive level over here. This is actually the new starting area, or the starting level. Then we got this one, which is still the boss level, and that one's like a desert, and then we have the forest there. So we can play through them a little bit. I can show you some of them. I should maybe try something here. So one of the problems, since we don't have a lot of levels, I kind of just randomly select level. But this kind of, I mean, it's not great, right? I think I want to rather, okay, so let's see. So we have a couple of if statements here. So if we are on level number 1, we should make selected level 1, set level 1, okay. Then we kind of get we just give it a, oh, this is for the last level. Okay. Okay, and then this is the random levels. So, yeah, the random levels are kind of a problem right now. I would kind of like it to alternate between levels, to be honest with you. So if you think about it, yeah. Okay, so we could do something like this. We can have a private int alternate level. So what we could do instead of this over here, which is, whoopsie. No, just undo. Which is just selecting a random level. I could do something like this. I could do selected level equals. Okay, so if you think about this, well, we can do alternate level plus 1, for instance. Right. Now, if we think about this, alternate level should be 2, maybe. So on awake, we could do alternate level equals 1. That's just to start us off in the right place. Okay, so we just do that, right? And then we can do alternate level plus plus. Okay, so every time essentially we move to the next level, we do alternate level plus plus. Okay. So that's fine, but we need to check something here. So if alternate level equals levels dot count. So let's just think about that. So if it equals levels count after plus plus, so let's assume, okay, so let's say we have 10 levels, right? So our level count is 10, and well, now let's say we have 5, right? We have 5, so we get to we get to 5. That is our level count. That must mean that we are now going to be on the... okay. Yeah, so if we get to 5, we're already over. So we would have been selecting the last level already. Okay, so we should do level count -2 potentially. Right. And then alternate level is just equal to 1 again. Okay, so let's think about this. So let's just run it through. So what are the selected levels going to look like? Okay, so we get through. Okay, so we do level 1. It's level 1, right? Then it goes to 2. Right, because alternate level will be 1 plus 1. Okay, then it goes to 3. Okay, so let's do... so this is equal to 1 plus 1. Okay, then it's 3 because it's equal to 2 plus 1. Then we go to selected level is 4. Okay. Which is 3 plus 1, right? Okay, so when is this breaking? Okay, and we could just do 5, which is 4 plus 1. So when do we want this thing to break out? So if we have levels.count, so that's just the amount of levels we put in there, there should always be -1 to not have the starting level selected, right? The very first, so the 0th element, the first element. Okay, and then our selected level is 1 plus, so we can't select so we can never select our starting element. Okay, our selected level can also not be greater than our levels.count, and in fact, it can never be greater than levels.count -1. Technically -2, right? Yeah, so we just need to be careful here. So when our alternate level gets to levels.count -2, now given the fact that we only add this afterwards, this should be okay. So if you think about this, so let's say we only have 4 levels. So our selected level will go to, let's say 3, okay, because it's alternate level +1. Okay, so it goes to 3. Then our alternate level goes to 3 as well, but then it goes alternate level, which is 3, is equal to level count -2. So it would reset it to 1. I think this will work. I'm doing it a little bit weird. I would. So maybe. What if we did this instead? Maybe it makes more sense logically. So we first add 1 to our alternate level, set our selected level equal to our alternate level. And at this point, what's even the point of having an alternate level? If I'm honest. Yeah, what if we just do selected level plus plus? We make sure to start our selected level at 1. Okay. Well, technically our selected level would be 1 here, right? Okay. So then as soon as we get here for the first time, our selected level will go to 2. And we just need to make sure that if our selected level is equal to levels.count equal -1, we set it back equal to 2 in this case. So yeah, let's think about it. -2 would be the second last level. Right, so now we don't necessarily want to not have our second last level work. And so yeah, so if selected level becomes essentially our last level, right? If it ever becomes our last level, we just reset it to level 2, and then we do all this nice stuff. Okay. So yeah, so we'll just do that instead. I don't know why I overcomplicated that so much. But there we go. That's a very straightforward way. Okay, so now our levels should progress a little bit more linearly, and so it should cycle between the ones we have. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to show them off, right? We should just make sure, so selected level equals 2. Okay, yeah, so that should work because... Yeah, because our elements are 0, 1, so 0 and 1 would be our test level and our starting level. And then 2 is our first real level that we can go and alternate between. Okay, so let's go and have a look and see how this would work. So it would go, we'd go tower interest, forest, desert, forest, desert, forest, desert, boss, something like that. Okay. So that's good. I just wanted to get that working so I can actually show you all the new levels. Because obviously if I just left it random, so I did that yesterday, and I ended up playing the desert level like 7 times in a row, and done stuff like that. So you can see our cursor looks a little bit different. I don't think it's too bad. It might not fit the color scheme 100%. But we're still working on it, so it could change. Okay, but we can select this. Then we have a nice crosshair here, which is very useful. Okay, but this is the first level, right? So this is the level... I also redid the coins, and they're much more performant now. So the first level, I kind of want to... I'm thinking about reworking this a little bit as well. The level system, but if we run all the way to the end here, you can see we got a nice big door, right? So the idea is that is actually the entrance to the tower. Okay, here we have our forest. Okay, and we have issues with our agents. Not sure why. Did some of them end up falling down? What exactly is happening here? I don't see any that are weird. Okay, so I guess we'll have to... Not close enough to nav mesh. Okay, so let's see, where are you? Huh? Oh, jeez. Where's this? Underneath. Okay, they're falling below somewhere. They are inside that hill. Oh, geez, there's a spawn point inside a hill. Okay, I see. So there's a spawn point underneath that hill, which obviously is not a good idea. Okay, we'll fix that. So, but anyway, this is like the new foresty level. I think it looks pretty cool. There's still a couple of problems with it. We are working on that. One of the problems is I think there's just too much nice grass. It's not necessarily bad, but for this type of game, I think we need to be careful about overdoing the levels a little bit. So all this foliage kind of messes with the... it messes with the game, the visuals, right? I find it difficult to look at because you have a bunch of little lizards running through the grass, and then you have the grass swaying around, and then as soon as the bombers and things get involved, it really becomes, it's like, geez, it's just too much. Okay, this is the desert level. Also not 100% perfect yet. But we are certainly getting closer to make... well, we're making better levels, right? So it's pretty nice, I think. I don't see as many errors on this level, so it's a little bit better, at least, in that regard. Okay. We are still working on this, so... Some of the problems I have with this one, I don't really like some of the visuals, and that's because we had different asset packs that we needed to incorporate here. So you'll look at, you'll see like the cacti and whatever. They don't look amazing. And yeah, now we're back on this one, so we'll get more errors, I guess. Okay, so I can work out what I could do is I could fix up these levels a little bit. We can polish them slightly, right? So we can try and get rid of some of the issues that I currently have with the spawning, so that no enemies spawn underneath the ground, for instance. But generally speaking, I think it looks pretty nice. Obviously, it's a little bit more of a performance hit. It's not as bad when the game is built, I must say. So the performance is a bit worse. Well, it's worse than we'd like, but it's only really bad in in Unity. Okay, this is kind of annoying. I didn't realize it would do this. Okay, if I press escape, I get my cursor back. Yeah, so obviously I hide the normal cursor, but then it doesn't... yeah, hiding the normal cursor doesn't actually... wait, what the hell's happening here? Well, it doesn't show it again when I go out the screen. Oh, I'm just looking through the mountain. This is not really a mountain, so if you guys remember the idea for the game, it's technically a massive tree that we're climbing, right? So we have this huge tree that we want to get up. And this is kind of like the entrance to the tree. So it's a tree, it's a tower and a tree. It's a tree that grew and housed the birds, right? It's the bird's home tree. So what we are actually looking at is a bunch of roots, right, at the base of the tree. So these are roots. Okay, so let's see if we can't fix some of the, some of the problems we had with these levels quickly. So I'm just gonna grab my time tracker here and keep it straightforward today for a bit before we get into complicated stuff again. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do general stuff, because I'm not really gonna do one specific thing, right? So let's just get that going. We can also look at the streaming to do, because I have my bugs that I need to figure out, and I have some other things here. So you'd see I did add the crosshair, so you can see the mouse pointer way better now. And we did add the levels, and now we're kind of fixing levels, right? See if we can't get some of the bugginess to go. Okay, so if we look at this prefab, let's open it up. Okay, there's obviously a ton of stuff here, right? And it looks cool, but certain things like this wagon is obviously now a problem for my characters. So the first thing I want to do is I just want to switch off the mesh collider and add a box collider. Right, we can switch on the gizmos, and yeah, that's okay for the most part. I just think we can do it maybe like that, so that they can walk over that piece to get around. So that's good for a collider, and this is part of nature, I think. All right. What is this? Oh, these are the lights. Okay, so this is walkable. Okay, so that's nature. Okay, then these trees, they all have mesh colliders. I think that's okay. So let's just see if we can't grab them. Okay, I see we got dead windswept trees. They're all kind of together here. So if we select them all, we put them on the nature level, I think we should have pathfinding around them. Okay, what is this? This is a massive branch. Right, this should be also on the nature. Okay, these boxes and the fireplace, I want that on walkable. I don't actually know. Okay, these bushes are a bit funny. We can just go through them. Okay, we put this on nature as well. And then, okay, we have the doors. Okay, so I think those are the basic issues. Yeah. I should check. Okay, so let's just bake the nav mesh and see what it does. Okay, so we do now not intersect with this stump and this wagon. Okay, so they can't walk over this anymore, and they walk around the crates. They will walk over the fire though. Not entirely. They will try and avoid it a little bit. Okay, that is okay, I guess. And I just want to, I can't remember how exactly I handled the border wall. Oh, it's also part of nature. I see. Oh, but it excludes the enemy layer, so they can just walk through it. Okay. Okay, so I think that's already a bit of an improvement. I also think we can maybe duplicate the totem. Alright, and just maybe place another one like in some other position here. So let's see. Let's say we put one over there. And we just rotate it a little bit. Yeah, and we can make this one a different effect. So this is the radius. Okay, so this one could maybe, I don't know, what does this one do? Let's say reduce player movement speed. Let's do an increase enemy movement speed instead. Okay, so it'll increase enemy movement speed, and this one slows us down. Righto. Okay, so that's not too bad. I think those were some of my biggest issues with the trees, this wagon, and some other stuff. Okay, so what we can do now is we can just go back, go to our game manager, make the first level very long. I'm just gonna play through some of these levels, see if I can basically find the obvious problems, right? Let's have a sip of tea. Ah, okay. So let's see. So I shouldn't be able to walk through this thing either. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Same with the trees. Okay, so I can't go through here. Okay, but we can go through the leaves. So that's okay. Through this bush, through this bush. Can't go through the door. Oh, that's interesting. How did that happen? Okay, there's some funniness happening there. I was able to go through the level somehow. Ah, okay, that is not good. Why would that happen? It's got something to do with that stump. It messes with our pathing a little bit. Ah, that is interesting. Okay, here's the fire. I can walk over it. I can't walk over the... Okay. Alright, so let's just fix up the... Okay, so this stump is causing me some problems somehow. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, it's not the stump. Wait, how is this possible? Okay, so first of all... let's move this one there. Okay, so I shouldn't be able to walk over this, even though it kind of... Okay, so I just moved the stump out of the way. I think that's... Yeah, okay, this thing is kind of not even on the ground. Don't know how I feel about that. Okay, what if we did that instead? Okay, we can let's close that. Let's check the nav mesh. Let's bake it quickly, make sure everything... Okay, so they can't go there now. That's okay. They will go around if they can. Okay, well, this seems workable. Okay. I think that addresses most of our problems. We could just play it again. Obviously, this is an iterative process. Okay, we can walk around this. We can't walk into it. They also avoid it. Okay, they spawn from there. I can just walk through this. They'll walk around it. Okay. Okay, so let's see this little mound of dirt. That shouldn't allow me to walk over. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay. So I think that's working okay now. Okay. Okay. I think level 1 is mostly sorted. Okay, now we can go look at the forest. Okay, so the forest, I'm not too sure what all the problems are here, to be honest. Okay, so some of the things I noticed with these walls. Alright, so all these stone walls. Yeah. All them stone walls. Wait. They have mesh renderers, but no colliders. What? Oh, there's a box collider. Okay. Okay, so we just make this part of nature. This object only should be okay. And these two as well. Put them in nature. I did not mean to do that, but anyway. Okay, then we have this rock. We have these rocks. This thing should be nature as well. And by nature, I just mean, you know, things occurring in the level that we should walk around. Okay, so that's nature. So that shouldn't be a problem. These rocks are nature, so they'll pathfind around that. Okay, that's nature. Okay, these fences. Okay, they are nature, so... but... Okay, I need to think about how nature works then. Okay, these rocks are nature. Nature. Okay, so maybe... okay, the trees are not. That's a problem. Okay, so if we just zoom out. Yeah, so all the trees that are in the level need to also be nature, because they need to be path bound around. Okay, I think I got most of them. Nature. Yeah, there's a couple of small trees here. Maybe we don't worry about them. Yeah, maybe that's okay. Okay, nature. This is just an enemy building. Okay, we have some fencing over here. Okay, this is nature. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so let's just go back and see what the nav mesh does with this. So I bake it. And then I view it. Okay, so now we can see it avoids this fence. It avoids this wall. Yeah, that's right. Okay, and it kind of finds a path over some of these rocks. It should avoid that. It does. Okay, so it's a little bit better, I would say. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do, well, we need to test the level, but another thing that I was not entirely happy about were the spawn points on this level. Okay, so let's just get rid of the decoration. Okay. Oh, I'm on the wrong prefab. Oops. I'm going to go to this one. Okay, so let's look at the spawn points. Okay, so we have one all over there. So let's put it right there instead. We have another one that can go here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these spawn points being that far away. So we'll drag them into the level, I think. Something like that. Okay, and then we can do the character or the player spawn position. Where's that one? Why can't I see it? Oh, here we go. Okay, so let's spawn the player in the crossroads, right? Why not? Okay. So that seems okay. Yeah, I guess we can just play it and see. Nope, we can't play it. I should have changed the level. Damn it, man. Okay, let's just first go to our level manager. Right, and we want the forest level first so we can test it. I should probably make myself some tools or something so that I can just select a level I want to play on. But, you know, that's also some more work. Okay, so we start off here in the middle of the level. Okay, those totems are way too clumped. Okay, so interestingly... Oh, I forgot about that wagon. Okay, I should make that little wagon thingy work better as well. Okay, so there's an interesting interaction. The player ignores nature. Well, no, also kind of not. Okay, so I'm not too sure what the player does. Like, if I run into this, I get stuck. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Okay, but let's just see. What are these? Okay, yeah. But I just phase through. Yeah, that's a bit weird. I don't know why. So that wall, I can just phase through it, right? And I think this fence is... No, I can't. What? Is the collider in this wall broken? I need to check the collider for that wall. Okay, so there's a problem there. Let's go check the collider for that wall, because that's kind of shit. The way it works now. Okay, forest level, this wall. Okay, so, yeah, okay, so there's no collider there, but this, the bigger... Oh. This is actually... all of these pieces. Ah, that's interesting. So none of these have colliders. Okay, let's add box colliders to all of them. And let's see what they look like. Yeah, that makes sense. That's weird, right? Why wouldn't they have box colliders? Okay, but now they do. Yeah, these ones do. Yeah. Well, they have mesh colliders or something, but I mean, they have a collider. Yeah, this is also a mesh collider. Okay, yeah, so that was one thing bugging me a little bit, so now that should be better. The spawn points seem not bad either. I'm kind of happy with the way those works. Okay, so that was a small thing. You have a collider. Okay, so that's good. Now the other thing that's not great is the totem spawns, right? So we need to fix that so we can just hide these groups and see how they are placed. Okay, so group 1 totems are nice and spaced out, so that's not a problem. So let's look at group 2 totems. I mean, they kind of spaced out. We could maybe move this one a little bit. So totem 2 over here. Let's maybe put it right there. Okay. And then group 3 totems. Okay, these are very badly placed. Okay, so this one should be like there. That one, we can put it over there maybe. And then this one, we can put it like there. Okay, and then group 4 totems. Also not amazing. Okay, so the big one, I think that's okay. We can put it there. This one, let's put it over there. And then this one, we can put this one over. Maybe we put it over there. Okay, that's a little bit better. So now they are more spaced out. Obviously, once you put them all in the map, it's a bit of a mess, but it's okay. Okay, oh yes, and I remember one more thing. This little wagon. Okay, which is now in the way. Okay, we need to move that over. We put this on the nature layer as well. Okay, now it should be part of the calculation for the mesh. Okay, so let's see our nav mesh bake. Yeah, there we go. Now they won't walk over that thing or into that thing, and neither will the player. Okay, let's give this level another play. Let's give it another play, see how it goes. Ooh. Okay, totem placement feels better. I now also walk into the wall. Okay, that's good. I get stuck on that cart. That was interesting. Wonder why they're bugging like that. And yeah, most things seem to be working well. I don't see anything too strange. Okay, apart from those two lizards that were kind of running in place, I don't know what their problem was. Ah, there it happened again. They get stuck there? I wonder if I can catch them doing that. Let's kill a bunch. I think that's a spawn point, right? So let's kill a bunch. See when they respawn. Go back there. Maybe they just take a while to get their target. That could be the case. Okay. Okay, I feel like this level is working a little bit better now. There's nothing else that I immediately feel like maybe this one is a little bit low. Let's raise it up a bit. I mean, it looks like a super nice level. Like if you in the first person view, right? You go through here. Let's hide those totems. So if we just hide most of those totems, like imagine this. All right, you coming in here. Looks like a pretty nice place. From a first person perspective. This might also be a bit low. Yeah, I mean, it looks very nice, I think. But yeah, it might be a little bit too much, especially when you are, you know, if you're looking at it from above and, you know, you are concerned with frames and stuff like that. The performance of the level is a bit off. Okay, but we'll get there. We'll fix it up, clean it up a little bit, I think. Okay, so let's just save that. Okay, good. Nothing else I really thought of for this level. So let's go look at our desert level. Now, the desert level is a bit meh. Mostly because we don't have good desert assets. And obviously making our own is a lot of work, so, you know, that's a whole thing. Okay, so I can already tell this needs to go on a different layer. Okay, all these cacti they also need to go. Okay, so let's just do this, right? Terrain, make it unclickable, because that's gonna be super annoying. Okay, I need to go through and find. Oh geez, okay, this is gonna be a pain. Let's see if we can find cactus. Okay, all the cacti. Don't know if it's all of them. It might well be. Okay, let's put you all on the nature layer. Okay, I think I might have gotten them all. Okay, you are also going to be on the nature layer. The broken hand cart. Okay, we have some mud and stuff here. Okay, this can also be on nature because it's, you know, it's big enough. We might want to path around it. Okay. Okay, so the biggest problem with this level is the unevenness of the floor. But that's a limitation, that's not necessarily a problem with the level. It's a limitation with the way. Okay, make that nature as well. It's a limitation with how my code works. So we'll have to fix that. Okay, make this nature. Don't want them walking over this nice picnic table. Make it nature. Make this nature, I guess. And then these over here can be nature as well. Yeah, so currently my character, I changed the way the character behaves so that they can walk over uneven terrain. Right, so that's not a problem. The problem comes in with the abilities. Right, so my abilities, specifically movement-based abilities, don't interact well with uneven terrain. So I need to figure out why, and I need to try and fix that. Okay. Alright, but I think this is not bad. Let's look at the spawn points. Alright, so they're all outside the level. I'm not a fan of that. Okay, so let's just drag them into the level a little bit. Oh, that one's underneath a mountain. Surely that would have been a problem. This one has got a ton of spawn points. Let's put one in the center, why not? Put you over there. I can put you over there. I'll put you over there. Okay, so something like that. For the spawn points, anything else we need to consider? Okay, these clumps, let's just make them nature as well. Well, the ones that are in the level just in case. This can be walkable, actually. Okay. I think this will be an improvement, so we can go to our nav mesh, do a quick bake, and check it out. Okay, this rock over here is default. It needs to be walkable. Okay. And now if we bake it again, it should be inside here. Okay, that's not bad. So they'll avoid these props. They'll avoid all the cacti. I will also collide with the cacti, I believe. Okay, let's just go to our level manager, put the desert level as the first, and give it a quick play and see what it's like. Okay, so I'll demonstrate also what the problem is with the uneven. So you can see clearly we are capable of walking over uneven terrain, right? That's not a problem. So just walking over uneven terrain works perfectly. Got a bit stuck. Okay, so I walk through the cacti, they avoid it. That might be a collider issue. And that might be very annoying to fix, because there's a ton of them. Okay, but you can see, so let's go to a piece of uneven terrain, right? So we know that there's a lot of hilly textures here. If I do my backflip, I get stuck. Which obviously feels very bad, right? You need to, like here as well. You see that's a little bit uneven? Look how I get stuck. It's like there's a wall there. But it's just a small mound. I should just be able to jump over that without any issues. So yeah, so that's kind of a problem. Like there as well. No, that doesn't work. Okay. I also see a lot of... Is that... Like, why do they take so long before they start... You know, moving? Target acquisition problem. I mean, it's not completely broken, so I might just live with it, but yeah, it is a bit of a problem. Okay, so this is mostly fine, except for the cacti that don't have colliders. We can do a quick attempt at, let's just apply that. We can do a quick attempt at fixing that, so we can do cactus. Okay, we can do that again. Okay, so cactus, if we just select them all and we add a component, or a capsule collider maybe. Okay, hopefully they all now have a collider. They should all have a collider that is appropriately sized. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not perfect either, but it's okay. Okay, there we go. Now they have colliders, so that should be good. Okay, any other issues I remember? Not really with the level itself. So, the one issue we have is the way our abilities interact with the terrain. So let's see if we can't figure out how we can fix that. Okay, so when let's go player. So when the ranger does a backflip, right? So you guys might remember this, but we have a script that's basically the special attack script, right? And it manages everything to do with the special attack. So let's see. So we got obviously a layer mask over here, and we have got a bunch of stuff that we need to look at when we move, because we'll collide with them, right? So special attack movement over there. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we cast a collision capsule in a direction. The new direction we're moving in. Okay, and okay, if we don't collide, we can move. I'm just not entirely sure how we... Oh, this is multiple lines. Okay, I see. So we have a walkable layer mask, and we gave it all those things. Okay. Alright, so some of the problems here. So let's look at the capsule cost. So we have a capsule, which is kind of a problem. Okay, so let's see. So we have 0.1, 0.2 radius. Okay, so that's just that's the capsule itself, right? So the capsule is the player current position. Okay, and we add a little bit on the Y on both, so that say they're a little bit higher, not quite on the ground. Then we move it a little bit and we see if there's anything in the way. Now, how do we handle normal collision? Because normal collision is not that big a problem. So let's just see how the capsule collider works with the default movement script. Oh, default movement is probably not handled by this. It's handled by the player. So yeah, the player has a movement script, which is the default. So let's just go see. Okay, so we have the same collisions. Okay, we have our little... Okay, so we do our collision cost. Okay. Okay, so this is the move in X, move in Y thing. So as you can see, our collision cost is a Y position plus something. Okay. And this is the character dot position Y. So why did we actually do this? Oh, I think I remember. So the character... Okay, so our Y position is continuously changing because what I did was the characters now have... they have a rigid body and a capsule collider, and I made it so the rigid body doesn't freeze their Y position. So they can actually follow the terrain as they go, right? So they bob up and down. Now, the player itself doesn't have a rigid body, so it doesn't bob. So the player just kind of moves and the character bobs. And what we did was we found the character. So the character needs to be locked to the X and Z position of the player, but it can bob up and down on the Y. Okay. So this means that the character is now actually capable of moving over obstacles. This might not be a perfect way of handling this, but it is something that works fine, right? Now the problem is with the Ranger Special Attack, obviously we don't take the bob. Yeah, we take the player position, and that's a problem. Okay, so we should technically do something similar to this, where we take the character's Y position instead. Well, actually what that could mean is we could just do transform.position, because this character, I think, is just a transform, and then we get the position.y. So we could just take, instead of the player position, all of these. The first thing we could do is maybe just replace that with transform.position, right, for the Ys. Not the player transform, but the character transform. Okay, so that could help a little bit. However, we should also maybe consider the fact that the special attack, okay, and we should open up the one for the duck as well, because the duck has the same problem. And the duck is actually easier to notice. Okay, let's just grab the... Oh, come on. Ninja. Key is special attack. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's look at the duck. Why does he have... Oh, yeah, because he also does damage to things. So that makes sense. So we just want this to be transform.position on the Y. Both cases. Right, so it's pretty much the same idea. Now, what makes the I would say the this could work for the duck, but I don't think it's going to work that well for the robin. And the reason it might not is because the robin is jumping quite a bit more, right? So this position has to have some kind of an offset based on how based on the jump trajectory. Right, so what we could do, well, first of all, let's just test this with the ninja quickly, because he doesn't have a jump, so this could, in theory, work for him already. Right, just using his position and not the player position, because this is always fixed at 0, and this terrain could be a little bit higher than 0. Right, so that was a definite problem. So if we play on this level with the duck, we should be able to see whether or not he still gets randomly stuck. Like, he should get stuck on certain things, but not the ground. Not a small little crack in the earth. Right, which he was definitely getting stuck on before. So if I do it here, yeah, now he moves across. Okay, so that's good. That's quite an improvement. Like here we have a bunch of unevenness. Okay, he doesn't care. Okay, so that's perfect. That fixes the duck problem. Okay, you can even go over that. That's good. That's very good. Okay, it turns out it wasn't even that hard. I like it when it's not even that hard, because I spent like 2 hours yesterday fixing my damn crosshair. Which also shouldn't have been that hard, but turns out it was a nightmare. Okay, yeah, so we can totally do... we're out of stamina now. Okay. So we can die quickly. Okay, and then we can take the... Okay, let's see if we can't get her stuck, or if this is already an improvement. So if I go over here... I mean... Is this already fixed the problem? Ah, no, not entirely. Okay, so we do need to give her a little bit more leeway because she's jumping. Right, so don't want it to feel... Yeah, so like over here, she gets over, no problem. Where did she get stuck? Doesn't have a problem there either. So she can jump over small little obstacles. Okay, but there she doesn't. Even though she should have. Okay, let's give that a stop. Yeah, let's go look at the ranger a little bit. Okay, so if we grab the ranger and we look at the animation for the the move attack 2, I think so. Also, can we just see the ranger, please? Show me the character. Okay, there we go. This is our ranger. Okay, so if we look at move attack 2. Okay, so obviously we do a jump. Okay, so we can see a physical change in the character's Y. So what exactly is changing? Is it the actual Y of the robin? Or is it the armature that's changing in height? What exactly is this thing trying to do here? Might it be the pelvis? Okay, so the pelvis is moving, but it's not moving. Okay, no, wait, it is moving quite a bit. Okay, so it seems like it's the pelvis that's moving. Now, there's a bit of a problem here because our scaling is a bit off. Yeah, but you can see this number goes up significantly. Right, it starts at 0.002. Then it goes all the way to 0.012. So that's it did move at least one. Now, if we look at our transform, I don't know if it's this one. I doubt it. Yeah, no, it's not that one. Armature. We need the root, right? Root transform. Yeah, it must be this one. Yeah, so if we look at the root transform, so it goes all the way to 2.8, 2.7. Okay, yeah, so that is the root transform Y. So it starts at 1, goes all the way up to 2.8. Okay, so if we actually look at the transform of the pelvis at the highest point, it's not quite there. Well, okay, it might be because it's a 11.36 scale, so it's a little bit weird. Okay. Okay, so what we could do is maybe we can grab the pelvis, grab its Y, and then use that somehow for the animation. Okay. So I kind of like that idea. So what we could do is we can just get a serialized field, private transform, and we can call this the root armature root. Let's just call it the root pelvis. Okay, so we get that. And essentially what we can do, if we are jumping, we can just add the current frame's Y. So we don't just take that, but we also add the root pelvis dot well, there's a transform dot position dot Y. Right, so that would have worked, but we need to multiply that by a factor of whatever our scale is. Right, so unfortunately our scale between on the armature is 11.36. So we need to multiply that position by 11.36. Okay. And we do that for both of our Y values. And that should now track for the jump, so we should be able to jump over things. Okay, we just need to drag the root pelvis in. Okay, so now we need this transform, so just grab it, stick it in there, and we can get the Y. Okay, so let's just hide this again. I should make it so I don't have to hide that, but anyway. It is what it is. Let's give it a go. Okay, so some obvious... Okay, so we could do a backflip, it still works, right? Okay, so the very obvious one was over here, I think. Yeah, okay, now I have no problem jumping over it. So that's good. Where else was I getting stuck? I can't really remember. But that was a very obvious one. I mean, we could just try and jump over as many obstacles as we can find. So I can't. Oh, they don't have... Whoa. Okay. So that's interesting. I fell through the floor. How would that be possible? That shouldn't be possible, right? Okay, just pause quickly. So, I mean, if I look at the character, right, we have a capsule collider. It's looking at the ground for most of the time. Okay, let's see if I can reproduce that. Okay, there's just a totem slowing me down. So I did a backflip through. Okay, it didn't happen that time. Okay, so I mean... Oh wait, I did it. It was through this one, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why... Okay, this is annoying, right? It's like we clearly saw the bug, but now we can't really reproduce it. I also see quite a lot of jittering on my character. Movement's not very smooth. I don't know what that is about. Okay, the frames are obviously quite low. Okay, you know what? I'm going to switch off enemies for this level quickly. Okay, so this is the desert level. Right, yeah, desert level. I think I need to go to the spawn manager. Okay, is selected. Enemies per second, nothing. Let's go see if we can figure out what broke. Okay, so if we look at our ranger, okay, doing a backflip. That is very weird. So if you look at the character transform, you can see it's flickering. Like, how is my character jump? Like, now it's negative 4.7. What does that even mean? How are you at negative 4.7 in the Y? That doesn't make any sense. I can clearly see the character. She's standing right there. That is... Okay, I don't understand what's happening here. What other capsule colliders are we seeing here? The player itself doesn't have a collider. The characters have colliders. But why... Why did it go to negative 4.7 on the transform? What's allowing that to happen? That shouldn't happen. Like, I know I don't clamp it or anything. We let it happen. Should we make collision detection not discrete? Yeah, this is very strange. Unless this whole level is... No, but I mean, I couldn't... Why would it jump there like that? This is a lot of jumping. And I feel like that's causing some of my jitters. Very strange. Like, yeah, I'm at a spot where it's -2, and there it's 0. I can't see it happening. Like, I can kind of notice it, but not really. Okay, so let's try... Okay, let's see. Okay, if we make all these continuous... well, actually, let's undo that. Can we go to the base player? Yeah. Give it a continuous collision detection. Maybe that's the problem. Yo! A fix! Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's see if this makes a difference. Okay, it should... Maybe it was just the update frequency that's a problem. This kind of thing. This kind of thing, let me tell you. It's the annoying kind of bug to have. Okay, let's check out the Ranger. Okay, let's walk around. It's still happening. It makes very little sense to me. Okay, let's just switch off the gizmos and see if I can still... That is so weird. That's kind of annoying. Well, it's annoying because I notice it. If I didn't see that, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. Okay, so also, why don't you walk on top of this? It might be a collider issue again. Is the... Are the bird's feet even on the floor? Yeah, they seem to be on the floor. Yeah, that's not a problem. Ha! Well, I definitely don't know. I have no idea why the position would do that. Like, it makes complete sense that it's changing as I walk across the environment. Because you can see it goes up and down, and for some reason I don't fall very fast. Yeah, it might be a little bit floaty. And right there I fell through the floor. What the hell is happening here? How do I even fall through the floor there? So there's something wrong at this point over here. But how? This is bizarre. Like, what the hell's happening here? I mean, there is clearly terrain there. Right? What would allow me to just fall through the floor? I don't understand this at all. If anybody has an idea, feel free to tell me. I don't think this is a problem on other levels. I would honestly just scrap this level if this is going to be the way it is. Let's try the forest level. I'm just going to run around there. Like, could there be... Are there breaks or something that I can't see in the terrain? Surely there... I mean, how would that even happen? Like... Okay, there will be enemies spawning on this one again, but I just want to look at my... Oh, it's doing the same thing. It's doing the same thing. Okay, let's stop and let's just go to the base level. Which is obviously my test level. And see if this is a problem across the board. Like, I don't know how big of an issue this is, really, for the real game, but it's definitely a big enough issue right now during development. Okay, so we'll click on the Ranger. Okay, so this is like one of the first terrains I made back in the good old days. Okay, this is a flat section. This is insane. And I don't think this isn't something I introduced just now because I only changed the way the ability behaves, not the general movement. Yeah, this is... I mean, it seems better. Yeah, who knows? It's got to have something to do with the fact that this thing is a rigid body. Like if I just... We're going to lock the Y position. Okay, now I get stuck because I'm not following the terrain. But like, how is it still changing like that? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm gonna Unity Y position. What do we call this? It's flickering, it's jittering, it's doing what? Sporadically, but character isn't moving. I don't know if this is... Oh. Could it be an animation issue? I feel like it's this incorrect ground detection. I don't think this is an issue. I don't have a character controller. Like whatever this character controller is. I just have one I built myself, so I don't think it doesn't have the same. I mean, I'm gonna chalk it up to a funny interaction with all my scripts in Unity, because it doesn't seem to be an issue really. I also don't really know how this could be a problem. I mean, the only thing I could think of, because the player is perfectly stationary, right? The player doesn't get any movement in the Y. I only move about the X and Z. And then the Y position of the character is purely based on the collision. Which, this could have been it. But yeah, I don't see that being an issue. It's very strange. Very, very funny. Okay, but the main thing is fixed, so the character does do the backflips now. So we could just go in here. Where is our to-do list? And yeah, we could just get rid of this one, right? So it works out fine. Okay, no mouse in main menu after restart. Okay, so that could be a problem. And then that's basically because the main menu doesn't have a way of getting a mouse, right? So that's a problem for the main menu that we need to fix. Okay, let's go through this. Okay, so the boss himself, he's got a bunch of problems that honestly I'm not in the mood to go and try and solve right now. Let's go see what else we can fix here. Okay, when 2 in infirmary healing but not dead, and other 2 die, then game does not end. Okay, so essentially what happens here is I don't let people exit the infirmary until the end of the round. So you get to stay in the infirmary and heal up a little bit more until the round ends. But what kind of happens is sometimes you have 2 people in the infirmary. They have revived, right? So technically they are alive. But the round is still going, so they haven't been kicked out. So they're lying there in the bed, nice and healthy, not getting kicked out. And when I do the check for game over, I essentially see that there's a character that's still alive, and I give you the option then of selecting that character, right? But you can't, because the infirmary doesn't allow you to grab characters from it. Okay, so yeah, so we need to fix that behavior. So we make it possible to select a character from the infirmary that is alive and recovering. Okay, but if they're still dead, you can't select them. But if they are revived and just healing up, you should be able to take them. So let me see if I can show you that quickly. That should be very straightforward to show. So we could just give it a good old play. And then we can have our characters die. Okay, we're gonna go, okay, next level, whatever. So let's unlock an infirmary. We'll unlock 2. Why not? Okay. Let's go see. So we'll let the chicken be our first. I want to see actually if the chicken does the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, they all do that. Very interesting. Okay, but we'll take the chicken and we'll spawn in a bunch of enemies to kill him. Okay. Okay, they don't do as much damage as I thought. Okay, the chicken is a bit tanky. It's gonna be difficult to kill him. Okay, let's get some more help. Okay, he died, so he's now dead. Now he's gonna recover at 3 per second. So in 10 seconds he'll be alive again, but he'll stay in that bed. So we can now just basically go through all the other characters and let them die. Okay. So we just need to be careful that we don't... one of these two need to be revived before we end the game. So let's just play a little bit at least. Try to get some time off the clock. Okay. I think we've managed to survive for long enough, so they can kill us now. Okay, so you can see the chicken has revived, and he's now slowly healing. Okay. The duck is dead, so we can't interact with the duck. We also can't select the chicken at this point, right? So if we look at our console, it tells us you can't interact with the revive station. Okay. So that's obviously an issue. So if we select the owl, I just basically let him die. I'm not going out without a fight. Okay, so we get into this screen and now we're kind of screwed. Because if we click on one of these, it's like, yo, this guy's dead. Leave him alone. This one also dead. Leave him alone. This one, well, it's in the revive station. You can't interact with him. You can also clearly see this. The Robin is still dead, right? -4 health, so that doesn't help either. This chicken is alive, but we can't grab him. Can't interact with the revive station. So we need to put an exception in here to allow us to grab a character from the revive station if we need them to go and finish the level. Now, it's not a good idea, but you know, might need to do that, right? So let's go and fix it. Okay, so our revive station, this is our waiting room script in the UI. So if we go to UI, this will be level prep, waiting room. Let's go see how the revive station actually works. So pretty much what it does is it manages itself in a lot of ways. So it adds characters to revive slots. It moves them from a revive slot into a default slot and all that good stuff. Now, what we should do is see what happens when we click on it. So that would actually be in the level prep UI. So right here somewhere, we have our slot clicked. So you can see here. So we have a pop-up, so that means we can't click a slot. Shop's open, we can't click a shop. Rune manager, we are busy with runes, then we do that. Okay, here we can see if the selected character is equal to null, so we don't have anything selected, and we click on the revive station, it tells us you can't interact with the revive station. But that's not actually what I want. Right? I want to do, if I don't have a character selected and I click on the revive station, okay, then we can check if slot.character we need to be careful here. I think it's game object dot get component character data. Right, so we grab the character data and we essentially ask it Well, we need to do a couple of things. So we could do a try get component. Well, no, actually. First, we need to check if there is something in the slot. So if slot dot character is equal to null, so there's nobody in the slot that you just clicked, then we just return. Right? What's the point of clicking on a thing? Yeah, if you click on an empty slot, if you don't have a character selected and you click on a room, we just return you if the slot.character is equal to null. Okay, but if the slot character is not equal to null, we can then get component character data, and we can ask it is dead, right? Yeah. Okay, so if the character is dead, and we tell it something like this debug, something like and I think we already do this to some extent. So I think even earlier in this slot click thing. So if character is equal to null, where do I actually... Where do I actually check whether a character is dead? If select character is not equal null. Okay. I allow you to select a dead character, but I don't allow you to move them about. Okay. So basically, if the character is dead, we say you can't interact with the revive station. Right? Straightforward. Otherwise, if the character is not dead, we actually do allow you to select the character. Now we need to be careful here. Okay, so let's think about this a little bit. Okay, so if there's no character, we just return. Okay, so if we click on the revive station, there's no character return. If the character in the revive station is actually dead, then we also return. Now, if we pass all of these, we go here. If game manager instance new wave, verify replacement character slot. Okay, so basically what we do is we actually give you that character with the slot. And then we return. Okay, so if we give it a slot, we check if the character is not equal to null. Can't select. Okay, wait. Is dead, can't select dead character. Okay, so we still leave that in there because the character might be in some other place, right? They might be in the... So technically, we don't even need to check the dead character up above, but now we check it double. It's okay. But essentially, we can now grab a dead character. And we just need to be sure. So if we grab him and okay, so our selected character becomes the slot.character and verification continue. Change current slot to next level. I think this should work. We can give it a try, right? And then let's see if this works out. There might be some other complications here that I'm not really noticing at the moment. But it's easier to just see it break. I mean, it should be fine because I think the way I move characters even to this thing is, well, first of all, the room effects will not be applied if it's not physically still in the room, and add character to revive slot does do change current slot, right? So change current slot is being used, which is the way I'm taking them out as well. So we should be okay. Okay, so let's just unlock a good bed. And let's go see if we can get this. The knight killed. Okay, so we want... what do we want? Where is our test spawner? There we go. Let's just spawn like 50 bombers. They should be able to make short work of it. Damn! I mean, they're taking their sweet time. The knight is a little tanky, to be honest. Okay, but he's dead now. Okay, so everybody else should die fairly quickly to a salvo. Okay, so she's dead, and now we can get the duck to die. I wonder why some of them... Okay, but he did revive, so it's fine. We can do the test. Okay, let's grab the chicken. The chicken. The owl. He wants to go out with a fight. But okay, he goes out. So we get back here. Now, these are taboo, right? We can't select dead characters. But I should be able to click on this one. Be like, well, okay. I guess we're taking from the hospital. And I can then... What happens if I click cancel now? That's a good question. Okay, so clicking cancel just completely breaks everything. Okay, but I can click him again, so... Okay, so that's good. So now I'm back in the fight. I can come here, I can kill some frogs. And I died. Okay. So that's good. I don't like when you click cancel, the icon doesn't go back. Okay, so let's just see what that's about. Okay, so this is all still happening within my level prep UI. So verification, continue. Okay, so this is the pop-up, right? Change current slot, next level slot. Oh no, this is if I actually click continue. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, verify replacement character slot. Okay, that's fine. We have the pop-up that is displayed. Okay, we have all that good stuff. So we add the icon to the verification pop-up. Okay, so that's okay. Now, obviously, and we set the selected character. Okay, and that's okay. What do we do when we cancel? So I think, where did I write that function? Somewhere up here. Okay, here's the verification pop-up. Okay, so verification continue is that function. Verification cancel. Okay, pop-up false. Okay, so I see where this problem is coming from. So we should, when we cancel the verification, we should return the character to the slot that they were, right? They are technically still in the slot, but the icon didn't move. So this specific thing, visual element, didn't happen. Right. So we need to kind of do... we need to get the slot... I actually don't know how that works. I can't remember. Okay, so when we do that... Okay, normally we just do this, right? So the character data, we just say current slot add character this, right? And if we go to the add character in the slot, what it essentially does is it just adds the character icon. So we should, I guess, just grab the selected character. Okay, so let's think about this. What we could do, where's my level prep UI? Okay, so what we could do, so after the verification pop-up happened, right, we do in fact set the selected character to the slot character. Okay, so we have a selected character, so we can grab the selected character. We haven't changed that character's current slot. So what we can do over here when we cancel is we can simply do selected character dot current slot dot okay, let's see if I do add character. So let's see if I do a change current slot, I think I just want to do add character in this case, right? So we just add a character and we just add the selected character again, right? That shouldn't break anything because as far as I know, the slot doesn't really do much. So add character, if character is equal to null, it removes the character. Okay, so if I give it a blank, it just removes character instead, returns. It says it sets is empty to false. It would have been false already, so that's fine. Then this dot character gets set to character. That's also okay if we reset it like that. But this is the important one that I actually just wanted to do again. Okay, so that should be okay. So now canceling would return it to the correct slot. Okay, so that should be easy to test as well. So we can just quickly have one character die and see what happens when I cancel a replacement selection, right? It's not a big deal. It's a small deal, this one. Okay, we can just grab whoever. We should spawn a couple of enemies to come and beat me up. Okay, they beat me up. So if I click on the chicken, I'm like, actually, I don't think I want the chicken. I might want the, I don't actually want that one. Let's go with this one. Okay, I get the duck. Now if the duck dies, nothing should break. Eventually. Okay, so I can't select the duck, can't select the robin, can select this one. Be like, nah, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Another thing that kind of bugs me. Okay, so I can unlock things, but I can't interact with them, right? Because this is what happens. And when I cancel, I can't then click on this to move them. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. So I can't move characters around. I can only grab a character. Okay, so that's good. I'm happy with that. Okay. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. It's a quick fix. So if we go to our this is essentially done. Okay, so you can now, in a pinch, grab somebody from the hospital when you have to select a replacement character. Okay. Now mouse. Okay, that's a small one. We can fix that one, I guess, if we really wanted. And then we have stuff that we want to change. We want to change the spawning. I don't think that's important right now. I know what I mean. It's currently the enemies just pop into the world, which is it's not great, but it's not super important at the moment. Add a next level indication. Oh yes, okay. So this is UI stuff. So yeah, next level indication should happen, right? That is something that annoys me. So I should think about that. Fix the pause UI, fix the character selection at start. Oh yes, okay, so that's main menu stuff. So we have some main menu stuff, and we have some game stuff. Okay, I think I kind of fixed the levels for the most part. They might not be perfect, but they are kind of better. And then, okay, that's just a pie in the sky type of thing. Okay. Okay, then we have a bunch of boss stuff to do. Okay, let's see if we can knock some of this out at least. Let's go change the UI so we can get a next level indication, and maybe we fix the pause UI. Okay. Also want to do something else. And now that we have a couple of levels, right? Wouldn't it be cool if we could actually move and see? So you might remember that part of my idea was with the... so let's open up our UI level prep. Okay, so when you prep for a level, you have this observation deck and there's a window. And what I actually wanted to do is have the window look at the outside level. Okay, so we just need to make sure when we get to level prep, did we already change our next level, right? We might have, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go check in our... I think it's our game manager. Yeah, so in our game manager, we increment. So let's see what happens. At some point, we show character level up, right? So this is what we do at the end of a level. And we do actually increment our level number. Okay, so that means with our level number incremented and our levels transitioned, this is very important. So we already transitioned to the next level in our level up screen. What that means is when we get to the level prep being shown, we could just display the level number without any problems. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. So, okay, I want to do a couple of things now. So let's do the first thing is I want to make the observation deck look to the level that we're going to go to. Right, so let's try that. So we'll do that in the scene, right? Okay, so these are all our levels. So let's just go. So the first thing we want to do is we want to kind of grab the observation deck. Okay, so it's observation room, not observation deck. And we want to move it around a bit, right? So the first place I wanted to go is to... Wait, where did it go? What? Oh, geez, moving things in 3 dimensions is difficult. Like, I moved this thing so far away. Okay, we kind of want to move it over there-ish, maybe. And let's see how we can do this. Let's move it in in like so. Rotate it like that. And I think we could see in the UI. So here we can kind of see what's up, right? So that's what I mean. It's like you can see the next level coming up. Okay, you might not know exactly what this is, but you can kind of see, oh, what is that? That's the, that's not what I wanted. That looks like a big entrance. Right, this is the entranceway. This is the first level. Okay, so what I want to do, I kind of want to add an empty. So how do I want to do this actually? Do I want to add this on the level itself? Maybe I do actually. Maybe I do. I need to think about this. So I'm gonna have to move this thing around. So I want a target, so to speak. So I got the observation room. So I want to basically get this specific transform and change the transform to be this. Right, so move it to that point. So I want to point here in 3D space. So the only question is, do I make the point part of the level, or do I make the point part of this place? I think I've got to make it part of the level. Right, so the tower entrance. So if I just create an empty here and I call it the observation point, right? And we need to be careful now. So if I take, this might not work because the observation deck is not in the level. It's outside of the level. Okay. So maybe we can't do it like that, which is kind of sad. So maybe I do it in the waiting rooms. I make a empty. So let's say level 1. I don't know. Something like that. And if I just copy this transform, copy world transform, and I paste it here. Paste world transform. So now it's exactly the same point, right? Okay, so maybe that will work out. I hope it does. Okay, so then we can do another one. So we can create empty. This would be the forest. And then we can create another one for the desert. We can create another one for the boss. Level 1, we can change the name to be Tower Entrance. Right, Forest, Desert, Boss. Okay, so those are the 4 that I want. Okay, so those are my observation points. Okay, so next up, let's go to the forest. So we just grab our observation deck and we move it all the way over here. We move it to the forest. Okay, now obviously we can't see anything. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, so we are inside of the forest at the moment. Let's go a bit up. We could also rotate ourselves a little bit like that. And if we look at the UI builder, we can actually see... Oh, Where are we now? We're looking at the foresty level. Let's tilt it up a little bit more. Let's look at the UI. How does that update? Okay, a little bit more. Okay, maybe something like that. We can even move it down a little bit, just not clipping. Okay. I don't know how this will look in the game itself, right? We'll have to play it to see, but that's the idea at least. Like we can obviously move it about a bit more. We can rotate it like this. Right, not clipping the trees. Okay, that might look okay. We'll see. Okay, but this is the forest, so then we just copy. This is the observation room. Yeah, then we copy world transform and we paste it. Paste world transform. We actually need to go up a little bit more. Oops. How much did I go up actually? Okay, we need to go a little bit more down. Scooch more. I guess we can also just tilt it like that. Okay, so let's try this again. Copy world transform. And we go to this point, paste world transform. Right, is this exactly the same? Doesn't seem to be exactly the same, right? So the angle here is a little bit funny. I guess it's similar. Oh yeah, it's just it's the inverse, right? Yeah, so it's fine. It'll work out. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, so let's go observation room. Let's go look at the desert level. So we fly it over to the desert level a little bit. Okay, so I think we are approaching it. Oops, not like that. From this perspective, maybe. Okay, something like this. Let's see, we could even go like that, move a little bit down. Not too much though. Look up slightly. Let's look at the UI. I mean, it's something. Okay, maybe we look a little bit up. See if that makes a difference. Yeah. Something like that. We could even... yeah, it's a little bit awkward with the background. Like these levels are not that big. So if we just do that. Yeah, and we can see into the horizon. Just not a perfect. Okay, but something like that. So we copy... world transform, and we just paste it over here. Paste world transform. There we go. And then finally the boss level, right? So let's just move this over again. Where's the boss level? It's this one over here. Okay, so the boss level, observation room. Go back here. Move you somewhere there. No idea if that might look good already. Yeah, it's not the best. Okay, so let's just see what do we want to look at. So, yeah, somewhere there. So let's see if we can't maybe rotate it a little bit like that instead. Let's look at the UI. We're looking too much down, I think. Right, we wanna look off into the distance a bit more. Not like that, because now we can see the other levels in the background. Okay, let's just do this. Yeah, that kind of looks okay. We could go with this, right? Okay, copy, world transform, and paste, world transform. There we go. Okay, so now our observation room is kind of set up. Now, obviously, we need code to move this thing around. Okay. So how do we do that? So we can either have code in the observation points. That's not a bad idea. So let's see. So in scripts, UI, yeah, we'll do it in UI. Create mono behavior script. Move observation room. Right? That'll be the script. And it needs to tie into a few things. It's going to have to tie into either the level manager or the game manager. One of the two. Fortunately, they are all persistent, so it shouldn't be an issue. Okay, so we add move observation room. Right there. Okay, so let's think about this. If we tie in the game manager, right, what do we get here? Okay, so we obviously could, on show character level up, move the observation room, right? That's not a problem. We could do it then. So right after level transition. Okay. The only problem is we need to know which level we are actually transitioning to. And that could be a bit of a tricky one because the levels, they don't really have an identity, right? And that's kind of an issue. Okay, so but if we go to the level manager, so it's got a list of levels, and obviously I can see what they are, and we can transition to them, etc., etc. So the only way I know kind of which level I have is I essentially just have a number for the selected level, right? So move to next level is called, I believe, right from the game manager, yeah. So we call move to next level, which then changes the level number and the selected level, and it hides and shows and does all the good stuff that it needs to do. Now the problem is I don't have a good way of comparing these integers unless look, I can obviously make a duplicate of this list in a sense, with all my observation points, right? I could do that. I could grab all the levels, tie them to each of these points in some way. I could also just give each of the observation points a reference to the level itself. That could also be a thing that I do. Or I could give a level number reference to each of the observation points. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this. But I need to get a reference somehow across here, so that I know which level is actually coming up based on the selected level. So, I mean, one of the ways we could do this is we could just have a level manager. So we have a level manager, obviously, and we could just have an enum or something like that here that we can compare to, right? And that could be the easiest thing to do. We just ask the level, yo, what are you? Let's do that. Let's do that. So let's make a public enum. This is the level type, let's say. Okay, so we have tower entrance. We have forest. We have desert. Huh? And we have boss. Right, those are the 4 level types we currently have. Technically, we have a default or test level. We could have a test level as well, right? So we can have a level type, and each level can have a level type, so we can have a public level type as well, right, in the manager. Okay, and then essentially what we do is we give each of these a type. Yeah, we'll see if this works out, but it should work at least for now. Right, so in our level manager, we obviously have 5, which is exactly the amount we need. Okay, so our base level manager would be a test level. Yeah, that's fine. Then tower entrance. So this would be tower entrance. This would be a desert. This would be a forest. And this one would be a boss. Okay. Okay, now we got it. So all the levels are sorted. Now what we can do here is, well, first of all, we could just add a public list of game objects, essentially, well, transforms. Transform list, and this could just be our observation points, right? Okay, so there we have our observation points. Okay, and then we can have a start function, and now we can do things like set the observation points to a specific type if we want. We don't necessarily have to do that, but we could. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to have a public void move observation. Okay, let's do set observation room location. Right, we kind of want to do this. And what do we want to get from this? I guess we kind of want a level manager, essentially, right? If we get a level manager, we can just ask. Well, actually, we don't even need the level manager. We could just get the type. So we can get the level manager dot level type. Okay, we can get a level type, and now we can essentially say, well, we can have a switch case story happening here. So we can have case level type test, right? And then that does something. Okay, we also need private void move room, and here we just need an int point number. Okay, so we just need to keep track of those. This is a little bit dodgy, I would say, in some ways. But anyway, so let's say if it's the test room that we have, actually, this gets a little bit weird, right? So what if we switch out the sequencing? We should get a level type as well as a int level number, because this returns the number from the list. Well, if I could have it input that, I just don't entirely know why I would want to do that, because they are not necessarily in the same order as my observation point list. No. So what if the observation points knew what level type they are? That might be useful. Right. What if we made an observation points script instead? Okay. So what if we did this? What if we add a component, call it observation? So we have move observation room, but we can also have create new monobehavior script observation points. Right, and all this has to do, it's a very straightforward one. All it needs to do is have a public level manager dot level type. Okay, this is all it needs. It just needs a level type. So if we attach the observation point to each of these points, right? So if you think about it, so we have all of these points, we add component observation point. Did something not compile yet? What's happening here? Save. Add components. Observation. Something's wrong here. Oh, I was mid writing a piece of code and I just left it. Okay, so we have an observation point. It needs a level type. Okay, now it should compile, then we can add it to each of those points. Okay, level, no, observation points. Okay, so we do that essentially, and we can give each of them. So this is the tower entrance point. This is the forest point. So it's just something that we can use. Desert point. Now you could use tags and stuff, but I don't want to. And this is the boss point, right? So now we've got a way to identify those. Okay, and we can also put all these points into here. Okay, so now they're in the list, so each of those points now exist. Okay, so essentially what we could do now is if we set observation room location, we just need to get a level type, right? And that's essentially it. And since we get a level type, we could just do for, you know what? Let's do a good old int I equals 0. I less than observation points dot count I plus plus, right? Good old. We don't need a for each. Okay, so we just go through all our observation points, and then we just say if level type is equal to observation points. Actually, I want this to be an observation points. No, a list of Oh wait. Okay, so something like this. So observation points I dot level type. So if we find one that matches, we just have to move it, right? So if we find the one that matches, we just have to move it. So what we can do now is, oh, wait a minute. We don't need the level type. We need the level manager or the level itself. Oh, no. Wait, what are we moving? No, we're moving the... we need public... well, it's a game object. Right. Observation room. Right, we need to grab the observation room. Well, we can grab the transform, right? Observation room, yeah. So we grab the observation room instead. Now, what we want to do is we want to do observation room dot position must be equal to well, this specific observation point that we just got, right? Dot transform dot position, right? So we want to do that first, and then we do the same for the rotation. Rotation. Okay. So we do that, and then we just break. Oh well, we can just return. Actually, we've done it, right? That's essentially all we have to do. So we get a level type, and then if based on the type we move our observation room to the correct position. Okay, so one thing that could break is if the level type is in fact a test level, we don't actually have a test position in our observation points. So maybe I should add that just to be safe, or I should add else here. So if none of them are true, then we just set our observation point. Well, no, actually we just don't do anything. Yeah, we just return. It's fine. No, we don't return there. Okay, so we just go through it. If we don't find anything that matches, it's fine. Not a problem. It's just going to check if the level type we got is in fact a level type we have. And I might have to change this in the future because level type might be a bit too constraining. Okay, but the observation room location, this needs to now be set somewhere. Where could we set this? We could set it in the game manager. Yeah, it gets a little bit annoying, the amount of stuff I have in here. Yeah, my game manager is getting out of control, I think. Okay, let's see if there's another way to do this. Is there a... Maybe there's something I can listen to. Does it invoke anything? On wave ended dot invoke. Okay, so we can do the on wave ended invoke instead. Okay, cool. So what I'll do instead then is in this, I do game manager dot instance dot on wave ended. Plus equals, yeah, whatever, that's fine. And we just tell it to... Oh, wait a minute. We need to know what our new level is. So we need to go to our level manager. Okay, no, then that's not a problem. So our level manager could know about that. Yeah, I'm dumb. Let's get rid of all this. So we could tell our level manager about the... no, not the level manager. The level transition manager. It is an instance, actually. So we could have kept it that way and just have it ask. It's not really necessary. We can just have a serialized field. Private, we'll call this the move observation room. Move observation room, right? And then all we have to do is when we set our level, so we go through this. Okay, so we set level. So move observation room dot set observation room location. So what we want here is the level manager dot room level. I should be able to do this. Type. Okay. That's just a type. Just like that. So we just move it with the type, right? So we grab the level manager there and we're going to send it through with the type. Okay. This should work out, I hope. We'll see now what it does. But it should work. I hope. It might not, right? It's entirely possible. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, we just need to make sure. Okay, so this one needs the move observation room. So that comes from here. Okay, that's good. Now observation room needs... Okay, so this one just needs that transform. So it's actually able to move it. And then... oh yes, I need to I need to give it all of these things again because there's a type mismatch. It was a type mismatch, a desert, and a boss type. Okay, so those are the observation points. But a bit annoying. It would have been nice if I could add them to the levels themselves. But yeah, I could have caused some other issues. Okay, but this is everything I think that I need to do. So let's give it a play and see if it moves things around. I think it will. Well, I hope it will, let's say. Okay, so we go to next level. Oh, look at that. It wasn't moved. Oh, you know what? I know why. That's because... Okay, so let's go to Game Manager. Let's make this 30. It's because I was using a test level. So let's just get this correct. So it's tower entrance, forest, desert, then boss. We don't go to the test level. If we go to the test level, it just skips it, right? And it doesn't change the current position of the observation deck or observation room. Okay, so let's see if it did anything now. Okay, there we go. So that is... Okay, we can actually see the character there as well. Okay, I don't know if I wanted that to happen. Okay, well, for now, let's just see if this works. So we start the level, and we go we go fight. Okay, next level, and something happened. Okay, so we're just looking off into the sunset because it didn't move, right? Yeah, it didn't move. Okay, let's stop it. So it moved at the start. I just didn't move any again. Okay, so let's just do a debug. Now it could be. Okay, so let's call it move observation room. So it could be that the the room hasn't been activated. So it tried moving it, but it couldn't because the room was still inactive. I think I know. Yeah, so there's a sequencing issue here. So just because we set the next level active doesn't mean we reactivate all of our heavy UI. Yeah, because I do... Where do I do that? I think it is in the game manager. Let's just check. Yeah, so show UI. Huh. Maybe it's in the UI manager. Hide heavy objects. Okay, so this might be... Okay, when do we show heavy objects? So that is in the game manager. So whenever we toggle pause, we show heavy objects, right? Okay, and we toggle pause here, which means they would have been shown before we went to the level transition. Okay, we can let's go to our UI manager again. And we can also do a debug. .log show heavy UI objects. Right, something like that. So very, very straightforward statement, but I just want to see if it might have been that the things were inactive when it wanted to show it. Or the types are not correct. That could also be it. So let me check that as well before I play it again. You know, for nothing. Okay, so this is in fact a boss spot, desert, forest, tower. And these ones are also desert, tower, forest, boss, I guess, and then tower entrance. Oh, okay, that's the other tower entrance. Yeah, okay, so these are just my test levels. These are my actual levels. Okay, that looks all to be set up correctly. So by default, it looks like I'm looking at the boss level. Right, so if we start the game. Okay, show heavy objects is done. Move observation room. Okay, so clearly we move observation room. Okay. And we're looking at this. Okay, that's good. So let's see. Okay, so games unpaused. The observation room is hidden, obviously. We don't really care about this. We'll just run over and try and shoot this thing to get the time going. Okay, show heavy game objects was done. Pause game. Move observation room was called 4 times. But it wasn't moved. I'm obviously not understanding some part of my code correctly, and I think it's the level transition manager. I think. Oh. I should do this. I should put this in here. Set level. Set. Yeah, okay. So it actually went through all the levels and moved it a couple of times, and it ended with whatever the last one was. Okay. So I should move it only when the level is, in fact, my selected level. Then I move it, and I give it the correct. Okay. I think that was the problem. So let's have a look. A hopeful look that I did solve it. Okay, play. Okay, first one still works fine. Now, it's kind of funny how it just happened to always end up on the first level. Okay, let's run over here, shoot that thing a couple of times. The level ends. Get our money. We go to the forest. Look at that. Now, it looks a little bit too close, I would say. I don't know. Maybe it's not that close. It feels a little bit close, right? But, you know, whatever. Let's see how it goes. Okay, we can do... Run through the tall grass. Go shoot this thing. Okay, next level, desert. Okay, the desert looks a little bit better. I think there's too many obstructions, like this room maybe should be updated a bit. Yeah, might be the room. It's like you can't really see what's happening there. Also, what happens if I just unlock everything? Just want to see. Okay. Okay, so something like that. Okay, well, it works. So now we can see through the window and be like, oh, wait, what is that? That's a desert? We need to be careful here. Deserts mean a lot of lizards. You know what I mean? No, that's like kind of the idea. Obviously, I switched off enemies spawning, so we won't be seeing a lot of anything. Okay, yeah, but that's kind of the idea, right? Okay, it is working, so it is moving. Okay, the angle might not be perfect, and there might be too many obstructions, like this. The actual look of the room might be wrong, but that can be fixed at a different time. Now, next up, I just want something that tells me the next level, the number, for instance. Okay, so let's see. I think this is a good spot for it, like next level, just the level number would be good. I think I don't need much, just need to know what level we are on. Okay, so let's see what we have to work with over here. So we got this big visual element, and inside of it we have those. So let's just stick in another one next to it and see what that looks like. So it's obviously going to take up the whole of that thing. Well, actually, how is this one not? So it's not allowed to grow. Okay. Now I see. So if we just disallow this one to grow as well, it'll kind of look the same way. And now we want to position it right there. So we can do align self. Okay, that aligns it to the bottom. for some dumb reason. Okay, we kind of wanted to move over there. I guess we can get that to happen by giving it some kind of an offset like that, which is kind of shit. I don't like that. But anyway, what do we need is a label. Right, essentially, and it just needs to say next level, like so. And then we need another label that just, it is the next level number. Okay, something like that, and it just needs to say something like 8. Right. Okay, both of these look terrible. Let's just give them a good, I don't know. Where do we get our nice text from? I don't actually know. Okay, but one of the problems I have here is the positioning. So let's just fix that a little bit. There we go. And you know what? They can all be centered, I think. Yeah, like my level prep label looks very good. Who is doing your UI title label? Okay. So if I just grab the UI title label on top of you and on top of you, I mean, that does look better. Right, we can still edit them a little bit, like get the size to be smaller. Let's make it like a 24 and a 26 maybe. I don't know. That could be something. Yeah, and then we just need to move this over. Okay, so aligning it like that doesn't do me good. Yeah. Okay, so we need to put it at an offset to get it to move over here. Yeah. Okay, well, that's not the end of the world. Let's see. Offset from the left. There we go. We can just push it over. We can, you know, we can make something work here. Okay, so next level looks kind of bad. Can we put a next level like that maybe? Okay, next level, level 8. Not sure if I like what's happening here, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I'm liking what I'm seeing. Okay, let's just grab a sprite, maybe background. Does it have to be anything fancy? I don't know, it just needs to look like it fits. Okay, what'll look good? I guess one of these shouldn't be too out of place. I don't think so. It's a little bit, maybe it's not great. Let's look a little bit further, shall we? Yeah, like maybe one of these would be better. And well, apart from the fact that it looks like shit. Or maybe a banner of some sorts. I don't have many banners that I could use. Oh wait, one of these. These ones could actually work pretty well. Okay, so now we just need to fix it up a bit. I mean, that looks terrible, doesn't it? I think so. Let's just see if I can't fix this. So if we did like that instead, and we make this label size. Okay, no, that's the wrong thing. I didn't want that to happen. Okay, next level. Yeah, I mean, this kind of looks terrible. Not gonna lie. Okay, so let's think about this. Okay, so next level, and we can increase the size of the text a little bit. Let's make it 20. Okay, so now we have next level like that. I mean, it looks terrible. We'll get there. Give me a minute. Okay, let's see if we can get some padding going here, if it fixes anything. I mean, it does help. But that label looks kind of bad. I don't know. I don't like that label, to be honest with you. What if we put it over here? Wonder. I wonder what would happen if we did that. So what would happen if I take this element and I drag it in over here? Right. Okay, let's just make this absolutely positioned. And let's unset all of those. Okay, now hear me out, hear me out. Yeah, this might work out for us. So we move it down. Okay, now it's at the back of that. Can we tell it to come to the front somehow? I kind of wanted to drape over this one. Well, maybe we put it on top of that one. Yeah, that could work out for us. Yo, Dianora! How's it going, man? Thanks for the raid. Okay, this is not shaping up entirely the way I hoped, but you know, this guy again. Yeah, it's me again. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of what I'm doing right now. This looks questionable. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get somebody on this. Somebody has to fix my UI. This looks terrible. Maybe we just need to make it smaller, actually. Maybe it's just way too big. Could try something like that. Right? That man Robin. How's it going, man? Messing around with a Riptide. You are my biggest fan. Okay, let's make this 12. I think that's too small. Okay, we can mess around with the elements. But the idea is there, right? That doesn't look terrible. It looks just bad, right? And just bad is is okay. We can live with just bad. You guys want to see the new levels, maybe? Are you interested in seeing the new levels? Let me show you. Let me show you all the new pretty levels that we have. Now, they're not 100% done, but they are definitely... Don't start a fight, please. They are definitely 100% better. I also got a cursor to work. Okay, so look at this. Look at this. First thing you might notice is we can unlock some things here. That's fine. The first thing you might notice is if you look at the observation room, so I'm currently just getting that thing to work, but if you look at the observation room, it is actually showing you a glimpse of the next level. How do you like that? So I'm a little bit, the window frame, it might be a little bit overbearing. We might fix that a bit. But if you look through it, you can see what's to come. So this is the entrance. So I'll just select my most powerful bird. The rest of them can now watch the fight, right? And it makes sense that they're watching the fight. They can see the level. So we can start the level. Okay, so this is our new tower entrance level. Okay, so obviously, I mean, a lot of this is pretty much things you've seen before. You'll notice when enemies die now, they go up in a little puff of smoke, and then they leave behind some coins. Their wallets explode. And I got the coins to be performant. So we eventually had to make our own custom material and not rely on any... Okay, I didn't show you the whole level because I got confused. I got a little bit sidetracked there. But that's that one. Then the next one is a little bit of a forest. I don't like the angle here. I might change the angle a little bit. But we got a forest. Let's just get everybody in a chair. So this is our forest. Our forest path, or whatever you want to call it. But I think this looks pretty nice as well. It's definitely an improvement. I think the grass might be a tad overkill. Especially like if you run into the grass, right? And all these little green men follow you. It's a lot of green on green, right? I'm still getting spawn lag. Initially, I might. Spawn. What do you mean spawn lag? Spawn lag for the coins. Well, once everything is pooled, like once the pooler is nice and warmed up, right? Everything is smooth. It's just, it takes a while to warm up. I should maybe consider pre-warming it, right? Okay, and then we have a desert level. Now, I would say the desert level is probably, yeah, it's kind of basic. It's not our best level. But I think it's an acid problem. Like, these cacti look a little bit meh. So yeah, we should maybe fix this one up, but it's still an improvement. So now we have those 3 levels. Oh, I disabled enemy spawning on this level because I was testing something. Oh yeah, now I remember. There's a hole in the level which I don't have any idea how to. Right here. Where is it? Somewhere here, or is it on this one? No, I think it's on this one. There's some way you can actually just fall through the ground. Why would that happen? Can somebody explain to me how that could be a thing? That you can just kind of fall through the terrain. It doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, I think I know. I think I know. Yeah. I was... And it only happens there, but I think I know now why. So... Okay, but here you can see, if you just want to see, actually, this is the level that I only showed partially because I got distracted. But you get the entrance to the tower. And you'll notice that it kind of looks a bit weird, like this is not a tower. But remember, our tower is a big tree. So this is meant to illustrate massive roots. Or to give you that idea, at least. And then there's a big door in the front. Now, I think I know what's happening. I think your character... So I translate the position of the character. And right here, the character kind of squeezes in between this capsule and the terrain. And it kind of forces it below the terrain. And then it can slide through. Because the cacti have terrible colliders, as you can see. All of their colliders are just the worst, right? Okay. I think if I just made this thing smaller... Well, okay, let's just change the radius, right? If I just change the radius, it shouldn't be able to push me down. Ugh, is this a problem with every single damn cacti? Ugh. Okay. Well, that's annoying. But I think we're just going to remove the cacti, to be honest. I don't think they're that good. I think we're just going to get rid of them. Okay, so now this shouldn't happen. I think that was it. And it's exactly at a point where there's a slight hill in the terrain, so your character wants to go up, but they're kind of stuck underneath that big collider or something like that. And then they just kind of squeeze in. Yeah, so let's just grab somebody and check. I'm using transform movement. So I'm moving the transforms. I'm not moving rigid bodies. Okay, but you can see now you get to the door, the big door. I should not do that. Well, you don't want me to do that. Look, I mean, as far as I'm aware, there's different ways you could do things, right? The player does not have a rigid body. The characters do. No, I'm not using a character controller class. I don't even know what that is. I just made my own controller. Let's just shoot the big totem. Oh, so there's a unity. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, guess there's another thing I don't know about. No, the terrain is not flat. So the player... Okay, so it's complicated, right? The player has a movement controller on it, right? And then I put a character inside the player. And what the character does is it follows the XY position of the player. The XZ position of the player. And it then bobs on top of the terrain in the Y. That's pretty much what I do. Now, is that good? I don't know. But that's what I was able to cook up in my in my brain quite a while ago. And it's working somewhat. Yeah, I don't know if it's good. Like I said, it might be bad. Okay, let's see. So now, okay, I don't think I can fall through the ground anymore. Yeah. There's definitely was a conflict issue here. He's probably referring to us both. Okay, cool. So that works. And now we can see the forest level again. So we can go play on the forest level. That chicken. I do have... Okay, so now that there's a couple of pros in here. Can I show you something? This boggled my mind for quite a while. So, okay, now knowing what you know about how I set up everything in my game. Let me show you something weird. Which is boggling my mind. And it might be because, and I think this is exactly because of the way I set it up. But it's weird. It's a very strange thing that happens. So let me show you. So if I just grab a character, right? And I can... okay, can I just get my mouse back? Okay, so we look at the character itself. So this is the player, and then inside the player we have all the characters.
So you can look at the Y position of the player, of the character, and it's going to follow the terrain, right? So it follows terrain, it moves up and down. That's fine. But as I move around, look, sometimes it'll just jump to like here. I'm moving. Ah, damn. I forgot to increase the level time. But what it did was it is moving across, and then the position jumps to like -4 and then back to 2. Just for a fraction of a second, but I can see it happening in the inspector. And I don't see anything happening in the game. Like, it's not like there's a problem in the game. I don't know what that is. But maybe I can show you again by just increasing the level time. So we can actually... Okay, so we grab the Ranger, make sure we have its inspector open. So I should actually be able to... So there. Right there. I am now... My Y position went to -4.7. But visually I can't tell that that is the case. And if I look at the gizmos, I see my collider is still where it's supposed to be. Everything is fine. Yo, IBO. How's it going? I don't know. This is a weird one to me. Oh, you might be onto something here. How can I check if it's negative? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I didn't know I could do that. Oh, so it's actually just 0. And now it's 2. I thought that was 2 as in... Okay. But that's also a very small number. Okay, so I don't have any problems. Everything's fine. It's just small fluctuate. Yeah, it's a floating point problem. Because I didn't see the... Okay, thanks for that. That now will make me sleep much better. Yeah, it's so close to... And you have that floating point accuracy problem, right? Obviously. I'm very good, IBO. I'm very good, thanks. Okay. So this is fine. Everything's fine. You want to see what my coins do? So I got a material. We made a material for the coins. That has emission, and the performance is way better. Okay, so there's still a stat. So that spawning is because it wasn't pulled yet. But it is obviously still costing me something. But we easily have above 90 frames per second here, which is way better. You'd remember, like, I even made them spin around. Like, the previous coins were just sitting there stationary, and my frames were like 30 frames per second. So I think the coins are now a little bit better. Okay, we can spawn more. It obviously breaks the game because pooling isn't a thing. But yeah, now obviously pick them up. Now if I spawn them again, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, nice and smooth. Drops a little bit because obviously there's some calculations happening, but it's not nearly as bad. There we go. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so at least I got that fixed. I got the cursors working. So we can actually see our cursor now. Yeah. Cheers, Dianora. Have a good evening. Have a good evening or a good night. Have a good sleep. Okay. Okay, so let's just finish up. I'm just finishing up this This level indicator, I mean, I don't like what I'm doing here. This looks terrible. But I'm doing it anyway. I could change it from not a flag. Maybe the flag is the problem. Maybe it's the flag. We could make it something else. One of these buttons. One of these circles. Actually, what does it look like when I put a circle there? I mean, that looks pretty terrible. Obviously, it's not supposed to be distorting like that. Ooh, this one's interesting. Oh, what if I just change the text on start level to next level with a number? Oh, that's way better. Why didn't you guys tell me about that? Let's just do that. Wow. Start level button. Yeah, what if we just do start level well, yeah, something like start level 8. Yeah, I think that is objectively better. Okay, well, we need another label in here or something. Could I add another label here? Yes, I could. Yes, I could. Yes, I can. And I will. Yeah, so let's just do next level. Put it as an 8. Can we change our text size maybe a little bit over there? There we go. And the next level text, we can increase that size. And there we go. Okay, so let's just change the position of the text maybe to the top. Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. We could do something like that. And then this label, we can obviously just push it down as well. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Next level 8. So we have a button that gives us information as well as the ability to click it, right? So we just need a next level number. Okay, and then in our level prep UI, we can just grab that. Where do we grab it from? Level prep UI. Alright, somewhere here on enable, I guess. We can grab it. That number is next level, Jutspo. Thanks, I appreciate that. You're so enthusiastic. Okay, so on enable. Okay, when do we actually change this? Do we change this on enable every time? Yes, like it, Jutspo. Thanks for the raid, man. 40 people. That's a ton of people. Hello, ton of people. Oh, yes. No, absolutely. I agree with you. Absolutely 100% they do. Hello, all the more people. Welcome here. I guess I could just grab the show. Yeah, I could just do this in show UI. Yeah, why not? In show UI, I could definitely do this. So I could just do something like root dot. Oh wait, I don't have the root. Damn it. main container dot q. We grab our label. Okay, and the label is our next level number. Dot text equal game manager dot instance dot. I actually don't know what to get there. There's a level number here. Apparently. Okay, that might be something we want. Oh, it's private. Okay, let's make it public. There we go. We don't care. Let's make it public. We need it. Dot instance dot level number to string. Boom! We've done it. We've done it, everybody. Okay. You guys want to check it out? Let's see if it works. Let's show off the game to everybody here. With our new next level number, that's going to be absolutely incredible. I hope. Just let Unity do its thing. Good old Unity. Most of my development is just watching that load bar. Okay. Can we play? I think I broke a few things. Yes, I did. So let's just do this and this. Play. The game's come quite a way. Just like I can't talk. It's going to be a bad English day. I can feel it. Okay, so if we click next level now. Next level 1. Fantastic. Okay, and we can see through the window of our observation room. This looks like the entrance to the tower. Cool. Okay, obviously we can just unlock stuff because we have infinite money. Let's get our spa up and running. Let's get our infirmary, our gym, get both sections going. Bam. Okay, we can play with, who do we want to go with? Let's go with the duck on the first level. We can have the robin and the chicken maybe watch. And I think the wizard needs time on the Stairmaster. Let's go. Okay, here we are. Nice. That's like it, this duck hits like a truck. Okay, let's see if we can get this totem destroyed. Please. Okay, this is not balanced at all, but anyway, it's fine. Get out of here. How do I get infinite money? Oh, that's easy, man. You just write a little script. Every time you spend money, you just make it reset to... And here we are at the entrance to the tower, which is what the whole game's about. But obviously it's also a survivor's game, so even though we made it to the entrance, we still have to finish the fight. Yeah, install it on your bank's mainframe. No problem. Why not? Hey, that sounds like a perfect plan. Okay, let's see. We can just... I don't spend too much time upgrading characters. Probably because I've done it a million times. And everybody is so overpowered at the moment because I haven't done balancing that it doesn't really matter what you upgrade. Doesn't work in real life. Ah, damn. Okay, we'll let the owl go sit on a chair because he's tired. Same with the duck. Rob the chicken can go fight. And Joel can go do some weightlifting. Let's go. Boom. This is our forest level. Much better than it was previously, I can tell you that much. Okay, the chicken doesn't hit very hard, but he also doesn't really take damage. So, you know, that's kind of what you get. Ah, yeah. No, these characters that don't hit hard makes killing totems a pain. Hey, look at that. I got a rune. I can't wait to balance this game. I'm sure that's going to be fun. It's probably not going to be fun, let's be honest. It's going to be a ton of work. It's going to be super finicky. And just when I think it's balanced, somebody plays it and they like break it anyway. So, okay. So that was that level. Oh, I just remembered. Ooh, attack speed. Yeah, let's give it to the Robin. I just remembered I forgot to re-enable. You can go chill on the chair. You can go to the sauna. You seem like you're struggling. I forgot to enable enemy spawn on this level. Actually, could I do that now? I should be able to. Spawn manager 20. Okay, this might be a problem. It's not doing anything. Okay, so apparently that doesn't work. But here's the desert level. I can at least show you the desert level. Do a couple of backflips just for the fun of it. Look at that. For no other reason, because it's broken. Okay, and if I just want to end it early, I can go shoot the main totem. Reduce. There we go. That was that level. Okay, let's try that again. You can now go there, you can go there, you can go sit there. Okay. Now we should have at least... Oh, that's a slow tower. Get out of here. Wow. We have insane attack speed. And now we got frogs. Shoot the frogs first. Backflip. Bam, bam, bam. Hey, we got another rune. I don't know. This is working quite well. I think we're getting somewhere. It feels like I'm getting somewhere. This game might be released one day. Damn. All the monies. You like my optimism? You need to stay you need to stay positive, man. Game dev is hard. It takes a lot out of you. Now you'll see. You'll see. Give me a few more months. I'll release this game one way or another. One way or another. Am I sure about what? Taking game dev taking it out of me. Well, I am sitting at 4 a.m. developing games. It's a lot of work. Takes forever. But I am sure also that I will be releasing the game in a couple of months, or at least a demo of the game, right? I'm positive. Yes. You are positive. Sorry. Okay, I see now. I'm not on this. I was on some other page. Sorry about that. Okay, we have something to increase damage substantially. Let's give it to the chicken. He kind of struggles with damage most of the time. And that's a terrible rune. Let's not use that one. Is this the broken level again? Man. Well, let's actually see. Maybe it comes alive now since I changed the spawn rate. Oh, it does. Okay. Nice. Okay, so it's not that broken, but I changed the spawn rate to a ridiculous number, so... Oh, damn. I might lose a character here. Hey. Okay, I'm also losing a couple of frames. And I got a bug. No, why? Oh, that's bad. Whoops. I died. Okay, who do I have as a replacement? Cheers, Jitspo. Have a good rest of your day or evening. Whatever it is right now. Let's get them burning. There we go. Eesh. Okay, this is a little bit laggy. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not a fan of this lag. It's actually kind of strange that it lagged this much. This level usually... I wonder if it's all the errors. It might have something to do with the thousands of errors that I have in my console. I might have to go check out why my nav meshes are not working. Stop can't be called on an active agent that has been placed. Can only be... Yes. Okay, that's weird. I'll have to figure that out. Okay, but we can get some more, spell damage. That seems good. More spell damage. What do you do? Health regen? Yeah, why not? Attack speed. Luck. Let's go. Okay, what do we have? We have a very tired chicken. We have a very tired robin. Our duck seems good. Our owl's a little tired, so let's grab a duck. Let's go, Mr. Duck. Oh no, it's a slow totem. Kill the slow totem. Oh, and now we have Komodo dragons, so good luck to you, Mr. Duck. Oh, damn. Yeah, I definitely need to do something about these frogs. It feels like the spawn rate is a little high. Yeah, and like you can't even see your character with all these puffs of smoke. That could be a problem. And the frames are having a bad time. Did I die? What? Okay. We'll have to grab the chicken from the spa. Sorry, Mr. Chicken. Damn, at least you got a lot of health, so this should be okay. The chicken is feeling good. You just give him one good damage upgrade and he slays. Yeah, I'll get you some more scavenging, why not? Dodge trance, why not? Armor, there we go. That's a chicken stat. Okay, let's use a chicken for another round. You can go rest there. Maybe you should go to the sauna, to the spa, and the rest of you can just go rest. Hey, Rookie Blues. How's it going, mate? Is my name Ruan? Yes, my name is Ruan. That's by the way, that's how you say it in South Africa. I know I typically coach people to say it Ruan, because English people have a hard time sometimes. But it's Ruan. Okay. Die. Okay, this level lags heavily. Yeah, okay, so somehow I wonder why. Surely it's not the amount of enemies. Yes, these bombs are ridiculous. Let's see if we can do one of these. Bam! Get stunned. Oh wow, my stun actually lasts quite a while. Has it been upgraded? I didn't actually notice that I upgraded the stun. This is carnage. Oh no, I'm out of stamina. And the level. That's cool, man. You also a Ruan. That's not as far as I know, that's not a very common name outside of South Africa. So either that's a massive coincidence, or you are from South Africa, because it's a very common name here. I don't really know. These numbers don't look that big. Ooh, 10.5 armor. Let's go. More health regen, more armor. Ooh, I'm gonna make the tankiest of knights. Also, yeah, he has a stamina problem. So the knight needs... Oh, he needs to rest, actually. Ooh, damn. How much stamina regen do you get? Not a lot. Go to the... You can go use the sauna for a bit. Hey, you're also a burki. Or a booty. a booty? Yeah, no, that's the wrong spelling, eh? Okay, you could just sit there and chill. You can go use the Stairmaster and get some more stamina. Let's go to level 8. Oh, we super zoomed in for some reason. Is this owl any good yet? Ah, he seems pretty good now. I got some attack speed upgrades, which are always welcome. Burn! Yeah, I really need to rethink the amount and types of enemies that spawn. Because the amount of bombs that are flying at my face is a little ridiculous, I think. Yeah, no, the explosions are way too many, right? It's too many explosions. I can't even see what's happening. Let's get our tank out there. Show them how it's done. There we go. Yeah, there's definitely too many explosions. Like, you can't play the game, really, when there's a million explosions on the screen the whole time. It might look cool in a still, like a screenshot or something, but actually playing it is a little bit hard. Because you literally can't see your character 90% of the time. I could also change the explosion. Maybe we should try that. We should try changing how the explosion actually renders. Maybe I can make it a little bit opaque, or transparent, I mean. It is opaque right now. Yeah, maybe I do that. I might as well go to the boss level, I guess. I'm already on level 9. Okay, you can go sit in a chair. You can go sit in a chair. You can go fight. You can go use the spa a little bit. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna speedrun this level. I'm gonna fight it. Just gonna go. Ah, jeez, this is bad. Like, getting so many lag spikes already. I wonder why. Might have something to do with the amount of explosions. Yeah, I should also test it in a build, obviously. Because I've noticed Unity can be quite rough on the frames. Something like that. Is this the boss level? Yeah. Next level 10. So we could change this so that it actually displays, you know, something else. Okay, you can go chill. You can sit in that chair a little bit. We'll start it off with the owl. Okay, let's see. Null reference exception error. Oh, that's always a good way to start a level. Don't hit me. I'll shoot you with the barbell. Ooh. Okay, we have a couple of problems, I see. Again with nav mesh. Oh, I got him. I got him angry. Oh no, I died. Now he got his... Okay, now he's angry. Okay. We'll just use the ranger. The ranger's kind of overpowered. This is not a problem for the ranger. Yeah. The boss level is kind of terrible. Not a big... Oh, damn, that was loud. Jeez. I need to fix that as well. Okay. Well, that's pretty much it. Okay, let's stop it there. What was I trying to test? Now I can't remember. Okay, so first thing, I need to change the spawn manager so it actually spawns enemies. Okay, I think I just got the next level to work out, right? And it did work, so that's good. Anything else? Okay, you know what? I'll think about it, but I first need to go use the restroom. So I'll see you guys in a minute. What buttons do I press? Oh, these ones. Okay, be right back. I'm back. And let me just get rid of that stuff. Okay, cool. And now there's an ad starting. Obviously. Yeah, I snoozed it. Okay, I'm gonna try a thing or two. So... Okay, so I'm kind of happy with this. It could look better, I guess. I don't know. Should we do a start next level instead? I don't know. We could see how that looks. So if we call the button start. Start next level. Don't know. We could also just do start. Something like that. And then over here we could do next level 8. I'm just trying something here. So we did it like that. Yeah, I actually don't know. I don't think I'm making quite that big a difference here. I could just put all of that in. Yeah, I don't know. Just make that an 8 and make this start next level. Maybe make it a 30 and just move it down a little bit more. Something like that. I mean, it communicates everything I needed to communicate, and it's still the button I need it to be. So let's just leave it like that for now. I don't have to fiddle with it anymore. Okay, so a few more things I think I want to try. I want to see if I can't get the bombers to be a little less, obtrusive. So specifically the bomb. So the bomb projectile and this explosion that it has, right? So let's just look. So if we look at this explosion, oh damn. Why am I zoomed out so much? What's happening here? Okay, so we restart the explosion. So that's what it currently looks like. It's a good explosion, right? The only problem is the smoke is very difficult to see through. And it kind of... Yeah, it kind of takes over a little bit. So let's see. Smoke. Is the smoke on the main thing? Oh, it is. So let's see if we make the alpha of the smoke like 100. I don't know if that is the right thing to change. Okay, it seems like it did make a difference, but there might also be color over lifetime. And it's got alpha values. Oh wait, what color is that? Okay, you know what? Let's see what happens if I make the smoke 0. Okay, I can't see it. Could that be okay? Maybe that's fine. Maybe the explosion effect doesn't need too much more. Rookie Blues, thanks for the follow. Oh, and Packlerap, thanks for the follow. I didn't notice that one. Maybe I was away or not paying attention. But thanks for the follow anyway, guys. Appreciate that. So let's okay, let's grab a bird. Let's get our test spawn out. Okay, let's spawn like 20 bombers, right? Let's just see what happens here. So 20 bombers can spawn. Boop. A boop is spawn me 20 bombers. I want to see. Okay. So what I'm seeing is the orange flash might be a little bit much as well. So even without the smoke ring, I could think that the orange flash is a little bit much. Okay, so let's go change that. So let's suppose we put the smoke ring back at a very, very small Goeiemorgen. Slayertan. Nice name. Where do you guys come up with these names? That says so nice. Slayer Tan. Is it the light? I actually don't know what it... Yeah, it shouldn't be the light, right? It might be the sphere. Well, we could check if we switch it off. Okay, I think it is the sphere. Yeah, it is the sphere. Maybe we don't need the sphere. Like, we're simplifying this explosion so that it doesn't cause too much obstruction in the game, right? It needs to be tweaked. I don't want to tweak it, but I have to. Because it makes the game worse, not better. Okay, let's give it a go. We could just, grab whoever. Grab 20 bombers, because that's a good number. Like, we can have more, right? But let's just see what 20 looks like. Okay. The smoke now might be too much again. I mean, it is better. Let's see if all of them throw the bombs right on top of me. Oh yeah, that's way better. Normally you wouldn't be able to see your character at all. Yeah, this is definitely better. I'm liking the direction we're going here, I must say. Well done, everybody. Okay, I think I can reduce this a little bit, so I don't want to completely get rid of the smoke. Let's make it like 30, so you'll still see a subtle smoke, but not anything ridiculous, right? The bottom black, the spike. Yeah, I think most of this is pretty good. Particles, debris. Like, the more things I switch off, right, the more performant it will be. That's another thing we need to consider. So, yes, it becomes simpler. Yes, it's not as good. It doesn't look as nice. But that's not the only thing we're here to... We don't just want it to look nice. We also want the game to be playable. Right, and sometimes if you overdo it on the effects, it actually is a net negative in the overall playability. So let's see if this is even better. I think we're getting close. So we got that big orange spike, just a little bit of alpha. We basically reduced the alpha for the smoke a little bit more. We got rid of a lot of the particles. All of this should mean I get more performance, right? Which is good. That should also mean I can still see my character even when there's a million bombs. Okay, so let's give it a go. So we could do like 50 bombers, let's say. Even worse. Okay, let's give them a spawn. I think they spawned. Yep. Okay, that is a way more... Okay, this was the wrong character to test bombs with. Okay, let's just see. Yeah, I mean 50 bombs layered on top of one another is a bit much. But I had no problem seeing my character. Like, I can still see him clearly. Okay, so I think we're moving in the right direction here. I like that. I like that idea. Okay, cool. So that solves one of the problems that I had with the bombs specifically. It's just the overwhelming nature of that effect. And it is an effect that we see a lot of, right? It's not like one of my character's special attacks or anything like that. This is an effect that gets spammed. So we need to be able to make it more performant. Okay, I'm not too sure what else I need to do right now. Let's go look at my to-do. Okay, so the danger zone indication. Okay, that's not a thing. So what we did do is we made explosion FX less obtrusive. I don't even know if that's a real word, but seeing as I'm not English, that is as real as a word needs to be. But I did do that, and I think it looks good. I think I'm happy with what I've done. Okay. And hopefully, some of the fact that I removed some of the particles and things, maybe that also improves the performance a little bit, because these things were chugging. Okay. Now, these are the other things with the frogs. Those problems are maybe a little less obvious to solve, like a danger zone indicator. That can be a little bit tricky because you need to know roughly where the thing's going to land. Projectile speed should be lower. Now, the reasoning for that one is currently the projectile So how can we think about this? So the main problem with the projectile speed is you don't really have a chance to evade, right? So I've played a few other games where you have a big area of effect explosion type of ability, and most of those, the projectile was quite slow. Like, it took a while to get to you, so you had ample time to move, right? Or if the projectile is quick, you at least had enough time to see. So there was a good enough lead on the danger indication zone. So those are kind of the two things you have to give a player so that they can avoid a bomb, right? And I do think less bombs, less attack speed, those are also good things. So we could try some of those and see how that plays. So the first one, we would have to change in the bomber enemy itself. So let's see. I think it's in enemy data. Right, so we have movement speed, experience, coin drops. Enemy... Wait, where do I do the damage? Maybe it's enemy attack. Maybe it's there. Okay, attack cooldown 5. So let's make it double, right? Let's just make it 10 seconds instead. And let's increase the damage to double as well. Okay, so the DPS is the same, but far fewer attacks. I think that might be good. Okay, these are just some sounds. Okay, what else can we fix here? Let's check the bomb spawner. So we just get it and then we apply a force. Enemy data dot damage. That's an interesting one. Apply force. This is the bomb manager, yeah? We get the enemy damage. Oh, okay. We need the damage to set the bomb damage to something, but we don't actually use that. So we get a direction, which is a player to a... Okay. And we get a distance. We change the direction .y to be distance over 4. Okay, I see what I'm doing here. So I'm just angling it up a little bit. So obviously if you just get a direction between the 2 points, they're going to be pretty flat. And then I just give it a Y component as well. So that there is at least a opportunity for the bomb to actually do an arc, right? Otherwise it looks a little bit weird. And then I give it... I don't know if you could set it like this, can you? Huh. Is this setting the Y component? I guess it is. Okay, we add a bit of torque. So we add an impulse force in the direction. And then gravity takes over, right? Because it's a rigid body. Yeah. Okay. So that means I don't really know the travel of this thing, right? Which is kind of an issue. I just get a direction and I give it a Y, and it kind of gets there. Yeah, it's a bit of it's an odd one. So what is this angle that I'm throwing it at? So if I look at that, and we open up good old paint, right? Ooh, paint, why are you like this? Don't be like this, paint. Okay, so obviously I get a distance, right? And then I set this. So if the distance was 4, well, this is currently how I do it. So if the distance is 4, that would be a quarter of it. So we can calculate this angle, which would be, is it going to be, 1/4, right? This would be arctan. Hey, I have a calculator, right? Yeah. Okay, so the angle is something like 14 degrees. Okay, so basically I have a vector that's pointing in some direction with a 14-degree angle. Okay. It's got a magnitude. What is the magnitude exactly? So the magnitude would actually be different because I changed the direction. So it's not that distance, it's a new thing. Because the distance remains the same. Yeah, so the magnitude of this force would now be that and that. So it's going to be square root 4 squared plus 1 squared, right? So it's just 16 square root 17. Something like that, right? Square root 17. Something like that, right? It doesn't really matter. But anyway, so what I could do is I could just use projectile motion to calculate the trajectory and find that point. That is technically what I should be doing to get a danger zone. Okay. And to get it to move slower, I guess I need to give it a smaller starting force, right? Huh. Well, actually, to get that point, I just need to know the direction, xz, and I need to know the upwards force only. Yeah, I only need to know how much it's going to throw it up by, because then projectile motion can predict when it will hit the ground. Yeah. Okay, but wonder how accurate this will be. Also, I wonder actually what is the starting location? What is the starting height? It might start a little bit higher, right? It's not necessarily starting on the ground. That's another thing we need to consider. So that would mean that if it's thrown from there, it'll be a little bit different. Now, the main thing, if we want, so we need to think about this. If we want to travel a certain distance, and we want to travel that distance at a slower rate, what effectively we need to do is we need to increase the upward force, right? Because if we throw it higher, it'll take longer to travel that amount of distance and reach the character to explode. So if we just want to make it take more time, before it reaches you and explodes, we need to make the arc bigger, which would mean that we need to have a much larger Y component, right? So our Y component will need to go from, well, we could make it, let's just make it the distance, right? Let's just make the Y component the distance. I'm pretty sure this works. We can do a debug. I'm not sure if this works actually. Debug.log, and let's just do a direction. Right, we can look at the direction, then we can set the Y and look at it again. I just want to see if this actually does something, because I've had trouble with this type of thing. Yeah, so let's do that quickly. Then we can spawn in one bomber and let him throw us a little bit and see what he actually is doing with those calculations. And then we can do some motion calculations. Okay. Test spawner. I just want one bomber and nothing else. Let's give it a go. Let's see what our console spits out at us. Okay, next level. We'll take the chicken just because he can take more damage. Can spawn. Yes, please. Bring me a bomber. Oh, did I not get a bomber? Whoops. Okay, now I got one. Okay. Okay, let's just see. Oh, it actually did add it. Oh, interesting. Okay, so however I calibrated that, it doesn't really work, does it? Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so let's move further away. Okay, so this is kind of the maximum he'll try and throw. What? Ah, the level timer. Ah, damn it. Okay, we can't do science like this. The level timer, he just flippin' died on his own. Okay, let's make it 180. Okay, but clearly it does get the magnitude and it does add it. Okay, so that's interesting. I didn't actually know that worked that way. Okay, so that means that the impulse that we supply would have a magnitude of whatever direction.y is, right? So we could calculate how long it actually takes for this thing to reach us, right? Or to explode. And we can play around with this, right? Let's just play around with this. Yeah, also the impulse force. Yeah, there's probably a couple of other problems here. Yeah, we might need to get rid of this force impulse calculation a little bit and use something else. I think we might have to do that. Okay, but for now we can play around with this a little bit and let's do a couple of things. So let's do private float time to explode. Okay, so what we can do is on enable, we can just do time to explode equals, well, 0, right? We just set it to 0 at the start. Okay, then as soon as we apply a force, right? So we apply a force and then what do we do here? We essentially want to run a timer. Okay, what if we do this? What if we do time to explode equal to 0? And we just do something like time to explode plus equals time dot delta time. So we do that, and we debug dot log time to explode, something like that. So it'll go up, and then obviously it'll reset every time we apply a force. So for a new bomb, for instance. Okay. And we can do if not has exploded, right? If we haven't exploded yet, we can do all this stuff. Okay. So once it has exploded, we stop the timer, we print the last one we have. Okay, and then once we apply a force, we just set it to 0. That should work out fine. I think it's not a big deal. Okay, let's just see what this does. What actually can we... Yeah, now that I think about it, we could actually manipulate our bomb spawner by changing the force. Actually, let's... Not the bomb spawn, the bomb man... Okay, but the bomb manager is on the bomb itself. Yeah, okay, this is a little bit awkward. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just see. Like, I don't need them to be exactly 100% accurate as well. That's another thing we need to consider. But it would be nice if the indication circle is somewhat accurate, right? Or at least, maybe we make it so that we indicate where he's aiming. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's good at throwing. Right? That makes sense to me. Okay, I think I clicked this can spawn button. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it took us 2.7 seconds. 2.8 seconds. Let's see if I increase the distance. Alright, that one hit the side wall. Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay, you really chucked that one. Whoa! He's throwing them very far now. That's also interesting. Okay, that one. You know what? Let's do something else here. I don't like the way I set this up. We can have the timer do its thing. Whoopsie. But once we explode, we actually... No. We do a debug. Yeah, we do that there. Okay. So we're seeing a couple of funny things, right? So first of all, it seems like he's throwing things a little bit differently. Okay, so here's how I'm thinking I'm going to change this. So our direction.y is essentially going to be a multiple for an upwards force. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do vector 3 dot up, right? And I'm going to multiply that by our distance. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do is send the wall right now. So technically, how far I am, I'm going to throw that hard up. Okay, that's exactly what this should be. Now, that means this thing will not actually fall or move towards the player at all. Now, we can think about how we want to make this work. So, we can do a couple of things. So we can make sure that we translate the complete distance just normally. So we can just do a transform so we can get this vector essentially. And you know what? We should direction.y equal to 0, right? So we just reset the direction for the y to 0. Then we throw it up. And now on update, we need to move this thing. Okay, so something like if thrown. Okay, so we need a boolean. Thrown. Okay, and on enable, we set that to false, actually. So yeah, so when we enable, the bomb isn't thrown necessarily. It's thrown right here. So we make it true over here. So if thrown, we can translate this thing. So what we can do is we can do transform dot position. Okay, so this is important now. We need to think about how exactly this thing is going to move. Right, so over time, it needs to travel that distance. Okay. Let's just think about this float distance. Okay, so that's not something we have available to ourselves here. So private float distance to target. Okay, so we need distance to target maybe instead of distance. So we get rid of that and we call this distance to target as well. So we have a distance. This is not going to work, right? I already know the math is going to break, but at least now we can do transform.position plus equal distance to target. Okay, so we have a magnitude here. Maybe we do another one. Private, because that's not the one I actually want. Private vector 3 direction to target. Okay, so distance and the direction. We could just use a vector to target, to be honest. But, you know, why would I do that? So direction to target equals direction dot normalized. Okay, so now we got a normalized direction. So what we can now do is go direction to target. And we can do multiplied by time dot time dot delta time. Okay, and a thrown will be set back to false as soon as it explodes, right? So if you think about this, this will now move it to the direction over time. Now it's going to be very slow. So in the 2 seconds that this thing flies, right, it's actually not going to make it. Right, so we need to calculate now. I think if we just, I'm having so much fun doing physics right now, it's not even funny. Something wrong with it. But if we just grab our equations of motion, right? Good old, which one do I want here? So let's see. So we know initial acceleration. We don't have time. We know our initial, we don't know initial velocity, so that doesn't work. Here we know initial velocity is 0. This is displacement. Okay. Do we know our displacement? Do we want our displacement? The other question. Not really. Okay. This one, maybe this is the one we want. No, this one needs displacement. Okay, so wait. there is one that works for this. Initial velocity is 0. Oh, wait. We don't use equation of motion. We use conservation of momentum. Yeah, conservation of momentum. Now, I might be overdoing this a little bit. Formula. Just want to see the formula. I don't remember these things very well. Okay, so we have mass times velocity, mass times velocity. Okay. Okay, how does impulse work again? It's not quite. I'm getting there. This is almost, yeah, this is change in the momentum. Impulse is equal to change in momentum. Okay. But impulse is a force. Whoopsie daisies. Okay, whoa. What did I just do? So we have an applied force. I wonder how this force mode actually works. I guess it's a impulse. An instant force. So that must be a instantaneous change in momentum. Ah, that's an interesting one. So if the time is 0, that must mean that the this is interesting. Okay, the initial velocity is 0, the final velocity is whatever it is, then it has a mass. So there is certainly some kind of a change of momentum. So actually, what is the velocity? Is there something we can get? So RB dot velocity, linear velocity. This is interesting. I actually don't know. This is now me just figuring out how Unity does this. So let's just try something. So debug dot log. I just want to log the linear velocity. I don't know. It should return some kind of a vector. All right. Now I have no idea what it would be, but technically, if you added an impulse at 0 time, you basically just give it a starting velocity. I would assume. And I'm going to assume the starting velocity is going to be exactly equal to the distance to target. Yeah, actually, I should also do debug.log distance to target. Because I have a theory. Let's see how this goes. If that is the case, if that is exactly my starting velocity, then I can work with this. Now it might not be. It might be something like starting velocity over. Well, it might be the distance to target over mass, right? It might be that the change in momentum is equal to the total distance to target, but the mass has some kind of an effect on it, or the total change in momentum is actually way more. Okay, so the bomb projectile has a mass of 1. Okay, that kind of makes it interesting, but let's see what that does. Okay. So experimentation with the Unity physics engine. I like it. Let's see what it does. How do you behave, Unity physics engine? We don't know. Okay, let's just grab one. Spawn, please. Okay, let's see. So here he comes. Okay, wait. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's just look at that again. Okay, that is interesting. So he's definitely throwing harder, but the velocity is... Okay, what if we just said... I don't know why the velocity is just 0. The linear velocity. Maybe I'm missing something. But okay, let's go look at the math for a quick second. So what if we just said the impulse was exactly the distance to target, right? That would mean it's equal to essentially the mass times velocity, right? Because we had no initial velocity, it was stationary. So that would mean our final velocity is equal to our impulse over mass. Our mass is 1, so we have a final velocity essentially. Now, if we have the actual velocity, that is our starting velocity in the upward direction. So if we have an initial velocity, that would mean that we have the ability to use our equations of motion, right? Yeah, because we have an initial velocity, right? So we got an initial velocity, which I think is here. Yeah, that's good. And we have... Ooh, yeah, actually, what do we have here? The displacement distance. So that's technically... that's how far up it's going to go, because we throw it up. Right, we just want to move the distance based on time. So we could use this. So we can calculate the total time it will take to come back down by using this. So if the final velocity is 0, we have an initial velocity, so we can very straightforwardly say our initial velocity is equal to our distance to target. Okay. We want to know how long it's going to take. So it's going to be 0 equals distance to target plus AT. A is 9 point. Okay, so distance to target over 9.81 will be our time. That times 2 would be the total time. Let's actually try that. So we do distance to target over 9.81. Right? And we do 2 times that. I'm just going to try this, right? So 2 times distance to target over 9.81 should be our predicted. So this is going to be our predicted time. Now this might be a little bit wrong. The main reason I think this might be wrong still is because we start at a height, right? We have a starting height. Yeah, so the distance we have to travel is a little bit more. But anyway, our predicted time is that, and then our actual time. Let's just see how this works. So if this is our actual time, and that's our predicted time, then we can predict the time it will take the thing to land, and then we can use that to do a transformation in a relatively accurate way. Now, it's all about predicting this thing, right? So I want to predict where it's going to fall, not just make it move a little bit differently. I want to actually predict where it's going to try and land. And how long is it going to take? I want to predict a lot of stuff. This is fun. I like this. I'm enjoying myself. Okay, Mr. Frog. Come, throw one of your bombs at me. That's pretty close. So since it starts at a height, there's a slight offset. But you can see I predict 2.9 seconds. I get 3.07 seconds. So there's about a 0.07 second offset. But my math is pretty reliable. Let's see if I get closer. Okay, that's not bad. 1.969. And that was a little bit of a higher offset. So the closer I get, the greater the error. Or something like that. Okay, so it's about 13. So at max range, 3.9, 3.4. 3.4, 3.45. So the closer I am, the larger the prediction error. It would make sense because the percentage, so the initial height offset will be a larger percentage of the total travel, depending on how close I am. Okay, that's fantastic. So that's a pretty good predictor. So all we really would need to do is add a couple more seconds to this. Now, what we could do is we could get our direction Y component before we get rid of it. Right? So our direction Y component would be a negative number, but we could easily do something like this. Look at this. Look at this. So we just say that it additionally has to fall another whatever Y amount, right? So we have an additional distance that it needs to travel. For some amount of time. How do we do that? Distance is equal to... actually, this is a little bit more complicated because... Oh, and also this distance calculation is being done not the XY distance only. So what I would have to do is something like get the Y set to 0 first. So we calculate that, but we get rid of the Y. And then we do those two. And now it should be a little bit more accurate. For that, at least. My prediction might not be that good, but... so how could we offset the prediction? So we just have to account for the starting height. So we could calculate the actual velocity at that point, but we only just want time. So we should get one of the equations that doesn't really care about what the velocity is and just cares about the time at the point. Right, so this one cares about the position. So that could be it. That could help, the position. U is the initial velocity, which could be a little bit awkward to get at that point. There's another equation of motion. I remember it, but I can't see it here. Oh, there we go. V, okay. Oh, it's just an average type of thing. Yeah, half V plus U over times T. Yeah. But our distance to target is our U. Yeah. Yeah, that is our speed at that point. Okay, so we have our initial speed. Okay, so maybe we can do this with that equation over there. So we have U. We want the time. We have the acceleration, all that good stuff. Right. Yeah, we just need to... No, we want to calculate time. Ah, man. That's way more complicated. We want to solve the time. Because we know how far it needs to go. We know its current velocity. We want to know how long it's going to take. We can get the final velocity. Would that help us? I mean, I can figure this out. I don't want to write anything down. If I write it down, I have it, but I don't want to write it down. Ugh. Okay, let's just write it down. All right, so this is what we want. So we know V is equal to U plus AT. Right, we also know that V squared is equal to U squared. What is that one? I don't remember it already. V squared, U squared plus 2 AS. Right, what do we have? So we know what U is, that we got that. And we know what that is. We know what that is. We know what that is. So all we need here is T, really. We don't need these two, but we don't have them either. All right, so what we can do is we can square root that. Yeah, I can see where this is going. But we can do U plus AT, because we know what that is, squared. Right, that's just a quantity we have. Minus U squared. Wait. No. What is it we wanted? Oh yeah, I'm doing this wrong. Sorry. We can do square root of U squared plus 2AS, right? We have all these things. So we take the square root of that. Then we subtract U from that and we divide A. Yeah, that's it. Here's the formula, guys. I got it. So that will give us the last bit of time that it's going to take the thing to fall the rest of the way. Okay. Good. Goody. Let's just stick that over here somewhere so that I can now type it into my thing here. Let's put you over there. Okay. So our distance, we know most of the time, but we need to add a few more times here. So let's just do one of these. Plus. Okay, so let's think about this. We'll probably have to do this over here. Just before we set our direction y equals to some dumb thing. Okay. Okay, so that's most of the arc. So essentially that first part is right, it's that part of the arc, and what we are calculating now is this last bit of distance to the floor. Now, is this going to be perfect? No. It's not, but it's going to be something. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we can get a square root, right? We need math. f dot square root. Okay, we need square root of something. So it's going to be u2. Damn, it's going to be real. Okay, so let's think about this. So it's u squared plus 2as. Okay, so here is the distance to the target, right? We've figured this out. Oh wait, distance to target has not been calculated yet at this point. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, we'll figure this out now. Distance to target multiplied by distance to target plus 2 times a, which is just 9.81 f, multiplied by our height. Now this is the offset, so this would be a float offset height. Okay, we'll just do direction dot y. Okay, so whatever the y is, and this will be the absolute value of this. I know it's going to be a negative number, so I'll just do negative direction dot y. Okay, okay. So we multiply our offset y, offset height. Okay, there we go. Sorted. Yo, Damon. How's it going, man? How do you like my physics calculations? I got into some interesting things now. Okay, but anyway, so we got all that. Then we subtract our distance to target again, and all of this needs to be divided by gravity. Wow. And that's all just to get my time 9.81. Just to get my time prediction a little bit more accurate. Even though it was pretty accurate, because that little offset doesn't make that big a difference. But, you know, why be pretty accurate if you can be 100% accurate? Okay, who wants to see if my math is mathing? I want to kind of see if this math is mathing. So square root, just make sure distance to target times distance to target plus 2 times AS. Yes, I did that. That minus my distance to target. All of that over 9.81. Let's just do F there. And there we go. We should now be predicting the projectile motion of the bombs. For some reason. Hey, my main choke point is abusing your Unity update loop. I might be abusing it. I have a bit of abusive relationship with my Unity update loop. I will not argue with that. But what do you say that specifically? What did I just do that makes you think that way? Okay, so let's see. Yes. Yes, you are right. That is something that happens. Yeah. You mean something like, let's say there's 10 bullets. Instead of each of the bullets figuring out where it needs to go, you have a bullet manager that tells the bullet, yo, bullet 1, do this. Bullet 2, do this. Bullet 3, do this. Bullet 4, do this. That's what you mean, hey? And then the update loop is in the manager. You still have a Unity update loop. It's just updating 10 things incrementally instead of 10 update loops. So you're saying, in general, that is a better approach? I could see that as being a better approach. Some of these things are difficult to quantify. Like I don't like. I'm assuming. Can I find? That's actually a good, maybe an interesting question. Is there somebody who's done like? Oh, look at that! I'm off by 0.02 seconds. Did somebody do the benchmarks? Oh, Get Him End. I know him. His videos are quite good. They're a bit advanced for me, I will say. I feel a little bit lost sometimes. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so there's a small error. It's still a little bit higher, the error when I get closer. But it is... My predictions are very good at this point. Like, that small amount of seconds doesn't really make a difference. I think you know what the difference is here? You know what the difference is? I know exactly what the difference is. I can get rid of that difference. The difference between the predicted and actual time is the radius of the bomb. I can get rid of this. I didn't get my mechanical engineering degree for nothing. But I'm just fooling around now. I'm not actually... Well, this is going to help the game, hopefully. Each bullet is its own physics loop. It doesn't have to be. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. I it doesn't have to be its own. Like, I've already. Like, I'm literally doing the projectile motion calculations and comparing it to Unity's physics to see if I understand if what I suspect Unity is doing is actually what's happening. And I'm getting quite close. So right now. Okay, so now the only other thing that's causing an issue is the size of this bomb. This collider. If I can figure out what the size of this thing is. Okay, this is one. Okay, so this is a funny one, right? So this collider radius is scaled. Right, so it's not actually going to be 0.42. I wonder if this is really... Oh, maybe I don't need to do this part. I'll leave this. I can do it, but this is now getting funny. Like, what is the actual radius after being scaled? Obviously, it's 70% of what it says it is, but 0.42 seems quite big, actually. I don't know. That seems big. We can try it. We can try coding that in. So what would that mean? That would essentially mean that the height offset that I have here, I would have to subtract. Yeah, I would have to subtract the radius of this thing. So I don't actually know if this is correct, but is the radius 0.42 times 0.7? So I get 0.29. Does that work? Because I don't know if this is realistically exactly how far it's going to move in terms of the units. It might. So, but yeah, if we just give it that offset, because this thing explodes a little bit too fast, it explodes sooner than I predict. And I think it explodes because it hits the collider and triggers the explosion. Right? Yeah. On collision enter, explode. So technically, if I just take into consideration the radius of the glider, I can predict this with 100% accuracy. It's not going to be 100%. 99.95% accurate. And if I can do that, I can just get rid of all the physics in Unity and just, code in my own projectile motion. And if I do that, I can do what you suggest, Damon, where I make a manager that makes all these things move. Because I do the math. I don't do any Unity. Yeah. Okay, currently, obviously there's a couple of problems here still, but yeah, I don't let Unity do physics. I do physics. Unity can go do somebody else's physics. It's not doing mine. And this obviously will cause the game... this all will equate to the game being better in the end of the day, right? Definitely. I'm not doing this for nothing, am I? I hope. Okay, let's just give it a good old spawn. Can spawn. Okay, wait, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's one more thing I don't account for, which could be a problem. Ooh, okay, so it's still... So the only other thing that I don't account for is the terrain. It actually seems like I made the offset worse. Should I have added it? So my prediction is out by 0.02 seconds. ...20 milliseconds. Now it's 40 milliseconds. I mean, I'm really splitting hairs at this point, right? But if I can get mine... Do I add? Wait. If I add, that would make my offset... Yeah, you see, I don't know if this is correct. Oh, shit. I know what I did. This bomb... Where do I spawn the bomb? This is the bomb itself. It gets a direction to the player, that's fine. What is this transform? This is the transform of the bomb itself when the force is applied. So, okay, now that should be fine. So that gives us the position of the bomb in real time. Well, as soon as we apply the force, right? That gives us the position of the bomb. So that shouldn't be a problem. I don't think so. Okay. Get righter, you fool. Yeah, Damon, that's actually a good point, eh? Yeah, I need to look at dots. Yeah, that's also the faking thing is probably very true. Like I'm trying to simulate physics almost exactly like you would predict it to work with good old Newton's equations, but I might be wrong in trying to do that. Because there might be ways to fool the people. Okay, but let's... Yeah, I should get right. I actually want to do a bunch of upgrades just on my working environment. Because I need to change my streaming setup. I need to change maybe my coding setup. But yeah, it all takes time, and I have very little of it. Is there a code with me? So would that mean you can just take over my... I don't know if I like that idea. That sounds dangerous. And you just go, yeah, this is shit. Delete. I mean, obviously I can recover it, but you know. I should also maybe watch a video to just refresh myself on what it means for something to be on the heap. But I know you have a stack and a heap. And I can't remember what the differences are. I forgot. I remember somebody told me this a while ago. And I forgot. And I know it's got something to do with memory. And the one is better for something than... but I can't remember. Oh, that's cool. So you can just be like, this one, this is your bug. If I sit here and I can't find anything. A stack's internal heap is temp. Okay, which one is better? That's a dumb way of asking that, but anyway. Okay, so here we have the distance to the target times time the delta time. So we wanted to move this whole distance in our predicted amount of seconds. Right, which we don't actually have. Okay, so that's a problem. Private float predicted time to explode. Okay, so we get a predicted time to explode, which is actually this whole function. Predicted time to explode equals boom. Okay, and we can still print that out here. I don't know why I made all of these calculations in the the debug.log, but you know what? That's how I roll. Okay, so let's say we have a time that we think it's going to take, right? Some predicted time. So this is the amount of time we want this thing to move that distance. Okay, which means... oh, this is the direction. So no. The distance, right? Distance to target. So if we wanted to move that distance, we just take the distance, we divide it by the predicted time. And that should give us a multiplier for this calculation. Equals distance to target over predicted time to explode. Right, because this is just going to give us a time multiplication amount per frame. Yeah, and if our time delta is actually the predicted time to explode, that means we are going to effectively move the full distance in one frame. Okay, be ready. Are you ready to be amazed? Okay, so the heap is faster access memory and the stack is slower. Okay. Interesting. So, okay, so if I use structs, which I don't understand, I think that's what you said. I don't understand structs. Okay, wait a minute. So you say structs are handled on the heap. What does that mean for whatever I'm using? What am I using that's worse? Isn't everything I'm doing handled on the heap? Oh, I've heard about Project Auditor. I need to go find that. Okay, so we get a predicted time, and that gives us a multiplier. And now what this means is we can change the time it's going to take for this thing to reach us by simply changing something. I can't remember what I need to change. The distance to target. This is not going to work exactly the way I want it to work, because the distance to target is... No, it's being used not as a distance. It's being used as a initial velocity for most of these. Yeah. So if I just give it more initial velocity in the upward direction. So what I should... Okay, wait. Let's just test this. I'm getting way out ahead of myself right now. Let's just go and test this. Let's see if my prediction actually works. Okay, so I have classes which are saved to memory. Oh, you mean they save to memory as in the stack? All the classes are put in the stack. And structs would be put in the heap. Oh. Interesting. Alright, let's go get a frog to throw a couple of bombs at us. And let's see if they land. He did it. He actually threw the bomb and it landed on me. I've done it. I've made it so that the bomb now falls on the target. You know what this means? I can now make it predict my position based on movement instead. Aha. That's going to be interesting. So I can now get the player movement direction and let the frog predict, so it throws where it thinks I'm going to go. And you know what else I could do? Look at this. Okay, I'm going to do... sorry, Damon. I'm getting so excited. I don't read all your messages. Yeah. It's too late for me now. Okay. Okay, so for the bomb, couldn't I try that still? If I just... I mean, I would have to restructure quite a few things, I would guess, but I could still theoretically do that. Okay, so let's say distance to target. So let's do initial... float initial... what do I want to call this? Upward velocity initial. Damn, it's hard to spell. Okay, so upward velocity initial, and we just set this equal to the distance to target. And we can multiply this by 2, for instance, so then it will throw twice as hard up. Right, and now what we do is we change all these distance to targets over here to upward velocity initial, right? And what this is actually going to allow us to do is increase how fast the projectile is. Yeah, I have a lot of Googling to do, man. A lot of Googling. But okay, so now I could just change the upward velocity to with whatever factor I'd like. So if I want, essentially what this does is it increases the arc of the bomb, which would increase the travel time of the bomb. Right? Let's also make these a little bit less. He applies a lot of torque. I don't think we need that much. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. So it's like a scriptable object. But I guess... Oh, it's just basically a struct that's serialized. So you can see it in the editor. Okay, that's pretty nice. Now I understand. I think that makes sense. So the amount of effort it would be to change all this would be similar to changing all of this to scriptable objects. I should think about it like that. That's about how much work I'd need to do. Okay. Okay, so now I've increased the factor to 2, which would mean that my... You know what? I could do this. I could make a public float bomb speed multiplier, right? And I could just grab this and set it over there, and then I don't have to come here every time and have the thing have to do some updates. Let's go see how this works. So we just have to go to the bomb projectile prefab, make that number something, and then we can see what it does. So okay, I'm gonna do some interesting things quickly. So we grab our projectile. We're like, okay, bomb speed multiplier. Let's make it 5. That means he's gonna throw it super hard, straight up, essentially, and it's gonna take way longer to reach me. Right? And what we can do now is, so it's gonna be interesting. Let's see. But what this does, since I'm able to predict all of the physical movements, is I should be able to put a danger circle in the world now. Okay, can spawn. Let's go. So here they come. Okay, they threw them way off into the air. They haven't even landed yet. They're already doing another throw. Okay, here comes all the bombs. Okay, so we have a couple of issues. So I think the collision detection is a problem. So I think they move very fast, right? Which means if they miss me, I think they can actually clip through the floor. Okay, scriptable objects are actually still classes. So they decided to make a struct that is serializable, but still make it not a struct. Okay, this is incredible. I love what I've did here. Oh look, if I'm close, they just throw it a little bit into the air. Oh, that's so cool. I've done some. This is quite interesting. Yeah, because the further I go, the harder they throw, so... Ah, look at that. Okay, so now it feels like a bit of a carpet bombing. Now, what this does, obviously, is it gives us an opportunity to mark the area for where a bomb will fall and give the player sufficient time to move. That's amazing. Okay. So I don't like 5. So what we can do now is we can simply go grab the bomb projectile and make the multiplier 0.5, which would just basically make them throw it way faster. So they're basically going to chuck it right at your head. They're not going to throw it in an arc. They're just going to throw it straight at your head. But let's see. Let's see. I like this idea. Okay, let's... yeah, we can spawn 20. So let's see what they do. Okay. It's still pretty slow, right? It's not that fast. Like, they move kind of slow. Yeah, but they reach the ground at just about the right time. Okay. That could be fine, actually. They feel a little bit floaty, I won't lie. But I think that's because of the way the gravity is working. So maybe I switch off the rigid body and just implement my own gravity. Yeah, I don't know why things feel so floaty in the game, but it does. It definitely does. It's quite a bit of floatiness. Okay, guys. I'm actually not going to get into this anymore. It's been well over 5 hours. It's a bit of a long stream, but I got involved here. Damon, thanks for all the tips, man. I think I might have to go look at some of those things offline. Like I said, I have many things that I have to look at offline. But I'll get to it one day, right? Hopefully. But for now, everybody, have a good rest of your day. I think I'm going to do a raid. So if you stick around, we can go say hello to, I don't know, somebody that's online. Is there anybody I know? Imaginary villain is online? Let's try a new person. Is it art? Do you guys like art streamers? Let's go say hello to this art streamer. He's making some interesting looking things. Well, anyway, cheers everybody. Oh wait, I haven't started the raid. Now I started the raid. Okay, let's just give it a second. And bam.